If you're ready to take your main stack development skills to the next level, this project is for you. In this video, you would learn step by step how to build a complete full stack restaurant reservation system using React, Tailwind CSS, Node.js, Express.js, and MongoDB. By the end of this video, you would master how to create a stunning React frontend, build powerful backend API with Node.js and Express, connect and manage data with MongoDB, and also build a powerful admin panel to manage it all. In this video, you're going to learn all of that. So whether you're learning main stack development or you want to build your portfolio and you want to stand out with beautiful project, this tutorial is definitely for you. We'll start by building the front end and then we'll build the back end. So on the front end, we'll build the navigation bar. Next, we'll build the hero section, which looks very stunning, by the way. Then we're going to build the service section that you can see right here. Then we'll build the menu display. In the menu display, we have the category section and then we have the menu card. For the category section, we can filter our menu card based on category. Right now, all of the products in our menu is being displayed, so we can filter. So let's say I want to choose this category, the products that match that category will be displayed. If I choose this category, the products that match will be displayed, this as well. Now if I choose all of the category, every product that we have stored will be displayed right here. Next is the reservation system. For this reservation system, you're going to learn how to build this as well. We have the full name, we have the email address, phone number, reservation date, time of reservation, and number of guests. So this is what the user is going to fill when they are booking a reservation in this restaurant. Then we're going to wrap it up by building the footer section, which looks very stunning, by the way. Also, we're going to build the admin panel that is going to control it all. For the admin panel, you build how to add products. You upload the image of the product, the name of the product, description of the product, and the category and price as well. Also, we have list product, which is where we have all the products that we've added earlier while I was building this project. So this is the list of all the products that we have currently. Then we have the reservation section as well. So currently we have just one reservation and it's a demo reservation when I was building this. And we have the logout section as well. So you learn to add products, you learn to build the function to add products, you learn to build this list product as well, you learn to make reservation as well. So this is what we're going to be building in this tutorial. Now let's get started. So you're going to open your code editor, then navigate to file, click on open folder. Then in your desktop, you're going to create your project folder. So I'm just going to create a new folder for restaurant reservation. Then press enter. Then you select the folder and open it in VS Code. So once you've done that, you're going to create the folder for frontend. Let me close this. Then we'll create folder in restaurant reservation. We'll create another folder for backend, also for admin. So we have 3 folders now. We're going to start with the front end folder. So I'm going to right click on this, then click on open an integrated terminal. Then once you click on open an integrated terminal, you need to change, if you're using bash terminal, you're going to change directory to the project folder. So just do cd front end, press enter. And once you've done that, you're going to install React, npm create vit at latest space, then press full stop, press enter. Then you're going to see this prompt to select the framework. We have vanilla, Vue, React, pre-React, Lit, and so on and so forth. We're going to be using React, so you select React. Then you'll be asked to select a variant as well. We're using JavaScript. Then you also be asked if you want to use roll down bytes, which is experimental. You select yes. Then it will ask you if you want to install with npm and start now. I'm going to select no for beginner's sake. So we're just going to type in npm install, which is the. So once this is installing, ensure your data is connected. Ensure you have internet connection while this is installing. So now that we've installed this, if you check the front end folder, you can see that everything relating to React is here. Now let's start our server, npm run dev, press enter. So now click on follow link. You can see that the default React app is here. Our counter button is working. So we need to do some cleanup. So in our source folder, I'm going to delete app.css first off, then app.gsx. I'm going to delete every single thing that we have there. So Control A, delete it all, then index.css as well. I'll delete everything we have here. Then you need to have this extension, ex7 plus react slash redux slash react native snippet extension. If you do not have this extension, just click on this search button and type in ex7 plus react slash redux slash react native snippet. Do how to install this because it's going to help you in the next step. So now let's create our React snippet. Instead of having to do import React from this, just type in refc, press enter. Because we have this ex7 extension, ex7 React Redux React native snippet, it will be easy for us to create React snippets. So install the extension. The only thing we should see here is app. Okay. So now that we've done our cleanup, we need to install Tailwind CSS. So I'm going to come right here, visit the official website for Tailwind CSS. Once you're on the official website, just click on documentation on the nav bar. It's going to lead you to this installation page. Get started with Tailwind CSS. We're using Vite, so this is the first tab here. Now we'll follow this process to install Tailwind CSS to integrate it with our React. So the first step is to create our project, which we've done that. Second step is to install Tailwind CSS. We'll copy this code and then we'll paste it on the terminal. So we'll come right here. Our terminal, this terminal right here, we've started the server and I did not want to close this. So let's just stop the server. So you type in Ctrl C, it's going to stop the terminal. Then you paste what you've copied. While this is installing, the next step is to configure the Vite plugin. So in vite.config.cs, but in our own case is vite.config.js. We're using JavaScript, not TypeScript. We're going to copy this line of code and then we'll paste it. So you check for vite.config.js, you paste that line of code, and also this right here, you paste it here. You remove this comma. So we'll close this. Next is to import Tailwind CSS. That is the fourth step. So I'm going to copy this, then paste in our index.css. And the next step now is to start our build process and start using Tailwind CSS. Okay, that means so here in the terminal, we need to start the server once more and start the build process. So Tailwind has been installed successfully. If you check package log.json, you're going to see in your dependencies, you have Tailwind CSS. Okay, so now let's try styling with Tailwind. I'm going to have an h1 tag here. I'm going to type in subscribe to my channel. This is a reminder for you to subscribe to my channel if you have not done that. And if you have, thank you. So let's style text for Excel. Text color, let's give it amber. Let's see, 400. Now if we check, okay, so we need to start our server once again. So we're going to type in npm run dev. Remember we stopped the server earlier. If I reload this now, it's going to be saying sites can't be reached. So I'm just going to close it. We've started the server, follow link, and you can see right here that the Tailwind CSS is working perfectly well. Let's see, I want to change the color to purple. You can see there's a change in color right here. So this is working. Now I'll close Tailwind CSS. Next thing we need to install is React icons, the npm package, because we're going to be using icons in this project. So once you're on this page, you're going to see this installation code right here. Copy the installation code and then you paste it on the terminal. So I'm just going to open another terminal instead of having to stop our server. I'll change directory to Frontend since we want to install it in Frontend. Paste it. So while this is installing, so we've installed React icon, Tailwind CSS. Okay. So next thing we need to do now is to create our folders. I'm going to create the component folder, components, and I'm going to create the context folder. Okay. So now that I've created component and context folder, in the component folder, we're going to have the navigation bar, RAFC, create React snippets. We're going to have the hero file, RAFC, create React snippets. We're going to create the menu display, RAFC. We're going to create the footer, RAFC, create React snippets. We'll create the service, RAFC, create React snippets. And lastly, we'll create reservation form, RAFC. Okay, so we've created all of this now. Next thing we need to do now is to get all of the images that we're going to be using. I'm going to drop the link to the assets in the description box, so do well to check that. So this is what we're going to have in the assets. You're also going to have access to that. I'll drop the link to the GitHub. And then in the asset folder, you're going to see the asset file, which is going to contain product data. So we have the category item first, and also we have the product. So let me show you real quick. I've imported all of the images. So in this file, I've imported all of the images, and then we have our category item, and that is for the category list. Remember, in the demo, we can filter menu based on category in the menu display. So this is the array of objects for it. So the first object here, category title, this is for all categories. This is for the second category, third category, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. Also, we have this product right here. And for this product, it's an array of objects. We have the first product here with its details. We have the ID of the product to uniquely identify each of them. We have the name of the product. We have description of the product. We have the price. We have the image. We have the category of this product, and we have the date. Remember that we're filtering category based on this category item and the title. So this is for the first product right here, the first object in the product array. This is the second object in the product array. This is the third object in the product array. So each object is a product card. That is a menu card. And for the menu card, we have the ID, the name, description, price, image, category, and the date it was added. So you're going to see all of this in the description box so that you do not need to create this from scratch. So I've done this already. Then we'll close this now, and we can now start building our project. So I'm going to start with index.css. We have the background color that we're using and also the background image. So let's do that first. So for the entire body, we're going to set the color, the text color to white. And then we'll set the background with this color code 14, 13, 12. So that is for the body. Then we're going to have another background. So I'm just going to name it .bg. And for that background, we're going to set the background RGB 26, 27, 28. Then we're going to have a third background, which is going to be a background image. I'm going to drop the link to the website to get this background image. So for this background image, I'm just going to paste it, but I'll drop the link where you can have access to different backgrounds. So I've pasted the background image, but you get the link to have access to this background image in the description. So let us start building our project. If we check the project now, you can see that the entire background has this dark background. So let's start with our navigation bar. Open our component folder, open nav bar. Let's start working on our project. So for our navigation bar, we're going to create a div tag. We'll create two div tags inside the nav bar. The first one will be for our header, logo, Emerald Bistro. Then the second div tag would be for the lists. So we'll have 4 list items. The first one would be home, second would be reservation, the third would be menu, and last would be contacts. So this is what the nav bar. So now we're going to mount our navigation bar in our app.jsx. Nav bar. If you check now, you should see this in the navigation bar. Okay, so now let's style our nav bar so that it's going to look more presentable. So we'll start with the first div tag. Display is flex, justify between, that means space between like it is in CSS. Padding is 8, we'll set text to white. Then for the logo, the fonts will be bold and the text size will be 2 times the original size, so 2XL. Then right here, display will be flex, justify space between as well. What a gap of 8 between each of the lists. Now for the list, I'm going to style everything at once since they're going to use the same styling. The font, I'll set it to bold. Text size will be large. Cursor pointer. Okay, so if we check here now, this is what you should have in the navigation bar. Next is our hero section. So I'm going to close nav bar and I'm going to start with hero section. So for the hero section, I'm going to mount it here. Hero component. Okay, so for our hero section, we're going to first import the background image that we're going to be using and the line image as well. I'm going to import background. I'll name it background image here. In this component, background image from /asset/ you're going to see all of this image in the asset folder. I'm going to drop the link, the GitHub link. We're going to be using this image right here, hero3.png, this image. So hero3.png. Also the line image, I'm going to import line from /asset folder / we'll use the second line, line2.png, which is this one right here, line2.png. Okay, so we have our background images already. Now let's create our UI. So for this hero section, we're going to have a div tag that is for the content, and inside our content we'll have an image, which is the line image. Line, that is for the source. Then we'll have an h2 tag, we'll have an h1 tag, and also a button. So the h1 tag will take this text, and the h1 tag will take this. Then the button would say book a table. Okay, so we're going to mount our hero section. Okay, I've already done that now. Hero3.png. Let's see, we have an issue there. Okay, In the assets, the hero is hero3.jpg, not png. Okay, so that was a typo error. The .jpg. Okay, so this is what the hero section looks like. We've not added the background image yet. So now let us style so that we can add our background image. I'm going to close this asset folder. Close this as well. Now let's start work. So we're going to mount our navigation bar in our hero section because we want it to take the same background. So right here, I'm going to mount nav bar here. Then I'm going to import it. Import nav bar from // components. The navigation bar is in the component folder, right? Component slash navbar. Okay, so let us style the first div tag. Position, we'll set it to relative. The height will be the screen size. The width, I'll set it to full. You should take the entire width. The background will be cover, and then the background should be at the center. Background should take no repeat. Then now we'll add the background using inline CSS. So after this quote, then you type in style. Then you add another curly braces. Then we'll have background image, a background image, colon. Then you have a backtick because we want to use URL. So URL, open bracket, $sign. Then you open your curly braces and then you type in the background image that you have imported. Now for the next div tag, position will be set to relative as well. Z index will be 20 so that the content in this would be on top of the background image. So we're setting Z index to 20. Display will be flex direction, colon. All items should be at the center, so item center. Justify center as well. Then the height will be full. Text will be at the center, and text color will be white. We'll set the padding on X to be 4, and then negative margin top will take 10, so that the content will move up. Now for the image, we'll just leave it as it is. Now for the h2 tag, class name, the text will be large, that is the text size. And the medium screen text size will be XL. Margin bottom, we'll set it to 4. Then tracking will be widest. All text should be on uppercase. Then we have this h1 tag here. Text size will be 4XL. On medium screen, text size should be 6XL. And we'll set the fonts to bold. Margin bottom will be 6. Now we have the button. So for our button, we'll set our background color to amber 500. Text color will be black. We'll set the padding here to 3, which is on y-axis, and then on x to 10 for the width and height. Then hover, background color will be amber 600. Then we'll add a transition. So this is the hero section, and our navigation bar has been mounted in the hero section. This is our line image, the text here, and then the button here. So the next thing we need to do now is the service section. So I'm going to close this hero and I'm going to open service section. So for the service section, we need to import the images that we're going to use. So in our asset folder, we're going to be using this app image. We'll use this service 3, and we're going to use this brick image. So I'm going to import everything now. Import the first image, image 1, from / asset / brick .jpg. Then the second image, image 2, from dot slash component slash assets slash app.jpg. The third image dot slash assets slash save3.jpg. Then we need the line image as well. Asset slash line.png. Okay, now we can start working on the service UI. So we're going to have a div tag. Inside this div tag, we'll have three div tags. The first one will be for first service. The second will be for second service. And the third will be for third service. Okay, now for the first service section, we're going to have an image. We're going to have an h2 tag. And we're going to have a p tag. So all of this, the image, the h2, and the p tag would be inside a div. So I'm going to cut this now. I'll have two div tags inside each of the services. So two for the third one as well. Now for the first div tag, it will take this. And for the second div tag, it's going to take an image. Okay, now to the second service. For the second service, the first div tag will take an image. The second div tag will take image, h2 tag, and the p tag. Third will take an image, h2 tag, p tag next, and the div tag here will take an image. Okay, now to the first div tag. In the first service, we're going to have the first image, which is going to be the line image, is what we want to come first. Then in the h2 tag, we will take this, and the p tag will take this. Now for the image, it's going to take the first image, image 1, image 1. Then the second service, the first div tag here, the image inside will take the third image. In the second div tag, the image here will take the line image. Then we have text here, drinks, and then the p tag will take this learn text. Now for the third service, the first div tag, the image, will take the line image as well. The h2 tag will take appetizers, and the p tag will take this text here. Then the image will take the second image, so image 2. Okay, now we're going to mount the service. And right now, if you check, you're going to see that all the images are right here. So the next thing we need to do now is to style. So open service.gsx, and then we'll start styling. So at this div tag here, we'll set display to flex, and the entire background will take this third background that we already have in our index.css, this background here. Okay, so background 3. Then the first div tag, which is for the first service, we'll set the width to take 1/3 of the entire screen. Now we have two div tags here. We'll set the padding here to 16. Then for the image, the line image, I'm going to set negative margin bottom to 2. The width will take 45. Place self at the center. Then for the h2 tag, the text color should be amber 300. Text should be at the center. Text for Excel. Then for this p tag, text should be at the center. Margin top will be 3. Now for the image, we'll set the height to 160. We're going to use the same styling for the rest of the service container. So the width here will take 1/3. It's going to be the same thing for this. The third service as well is going to be the same thing. Now we have this div tag here and we have this div tag here. But for the second service, the second div tag here comes first in this section. Okay. So that means we're going to use the same styling that we have here. We're going to use it here. And the styling here is height 160 for the image. Now for this as well, padding 16, we'll have it here. The image has this styling. Let me close this. This image will take the same thing. The h2 tag has this styling. This h2 tag will take the same styling. This p tag has this styling. The p tag here will take the same thing. Now to the third service. The line image, the h3 image, has here it started with line, right? So we would use the same thing here. Then the h2 tag has the same styling. We'll copy this and paste it here. Here we have M3 for the padding, and let's not forget the container itself has a styling. Then for the image, it will use this. Okay, so if we check now, we should have this. Okay, so this looks good now. Okay, so now the next thing we need to work on is the menu display. Okay, so I'm going to close the service and then I'm going to open our menu display section. For our menu display, before we display anything, we want to work on the context. So for this context, we're going to create a file and we'll name it menu context.gsx. Now, I want you to think of this menu context as this application global store that keeps the app organized and centralized. So in this project, we want to have menu display. All of the other components like this menu display, even the entire application would need to access the same data. Okay, so to ensure that that data that other components we need to access is in a centralized place, we need to make it easy for all the components to have access to it and update it easily. And this menu context is the best place to keep the entire application organized, such that we'll have the data in here in our menu context, and every other component can access the data, update it in their component without having to pass it down as props. Okay, so menu context is like the entire application global store. So here, and the data I'm talking about is this data here that we have in the assets, this product data here for each of the products. Okay, so in our menu context now, we want to keep that data here so that we want to create menu display. We'll just come to menu context, pick the data, work on it in menu display. Let's say we have a menu details. We can come right here, pick the data. You understand what I mean? So let us create that now. So first off, we need to import that data that we're talking about. We need to import product from assets, which is this right here, and this is an asset folder, right? Next is to create our context. So const menu context will be equals to create context. Because we want the entire application to have access to it, we'll add export so that the application can have access to it. Next is to create our context provider function, which is this const menu context provider. We'll pass the children. Then we're going to have our return statement, which is where we are going to return all the state variables and functions that would have in this menu context. So menu context dot provider, and in between these we would pass children. Okay, now we need to export this menu context provider function. So export default menu context provider. All right. Now, for the entire application to have access to menu context provider, we need to wrap our application with menu context. So I'm going to comment the strict mode here as well, control/. Then we'll have menu context provider, menu context provider, and we'll use it to wrap our application. Okay. And don't forget, ensure that this imports so that you will not be running into error. Okay, so we've wrapped our application with menu context provider. Now, to make this data easily accessible and easy to update, we need to create a state variable that is going to hold the entire data. And by default, we initialize that state variable with this product data here. And also, we need to create a setter function to update if there is an update. So const, I'm going to give it the state variable products setter function set products be equals to use states. By default, we initialize this product with the product data that we imported here. So if you overrun this now, you can see that everything that we have in product is already showing here. Now, for other components to have access to it, we'll have a value here, and we'll pass what we want other components to have access to. So we want this product state variable to be accessed in other components. So I've added the value right here. Now, in our menu display, all we need to do is to extract that product. So const products will be equals to use context menu context. Okay, so now that we've done this, now we can now access this product and then display it in our menu display however we like it. So for this, we're going to have 3 div tags. Oh, Ctrl Z. The div is supposed to be lowercase. The first div tag will be for the header. The second div tag will be for category selection, and the third div tag would be for menu display itself. Now for the first div tag, we'll have an h1 tag that is going to say discover our menu. That is for the first. Now for the second div tag, we're going to come down and do this. So first off, we're working with the category section. In the asset folder here, we've already created our category item, which is an array of objects within each category. Okay, and we can access them by their category title. So we need to import this category item. Import category item from asset folder. Then we need to create a state variable to hold the category and a setter function to update the category if there is a change. So we're going to have const category setter function set category, and by default, the category should be all. That is, the selected category by default should be all. Remember that we have different category. This is what I mean. This is all. This is another category here. This is another category. This is a category. This is a category, right? So by default, we're initializing the category state with all category. Okay. Now, for our category selection, let me just add a space so that our code is going to look okay. We need to look through the category item array. This category item that we've imported here, right here is an array of objects. We need to loop through the category item array to display each of the category as a list. So here's what I mean. Category item dot map. You pass the item and then you pass the index number to uniquely identify each of the category. Open our brackets. I want to display each of the category as a list. Now for each list item, to uniquely identify each of them, we'll pass the key as index. By index number, this is what I mean. For this object here, the index number is 0. This object here, index number is 1. Each object here, 2. This here is 3. Index is 4. Index is 5. Index is 6. I started with 0 because count starts from 0 when you're working with array. And this category item here is an array of objects. Okay, so count starts from 0. This is index number 0. This is index number 1. Index number 2. Index number 3. To uniquely identify each of these, we're using index number. So the key for this list here will be index. Then we can now display our category title. So we're going to have item, open our curly braces, item dot category title. So this is going to display all the category titles that we have, which means it's going to display all category, spaghetti as a category, pizza, rice, noodles, chicken, drinks as a category. Okay. So that is for the category. We're still going to come back to it because we need to ensure that once the user clicks on any of the category title, we'll display our menu based on that category title. Okay, we'll come back to this, but first let us display our menu. Now, for the menu display, we need to check something first. We need to ensure we use a ternary operator to ensure that we have something in the menu that is in the product. So we're going to use the length product dot length. If it is greater than 0, then we want to do this. If it is not, we want to do this. So we'll start with the not. If it is not, we want to display a p tag that would say nothing in menu. But if it is greater than 0, then we should display something in our menu. And to display that, we need to look through the products array. Remember that in this asset, the product is an array of objects as well. So we need to look through the product array to display each of the products as a menu card. So we're going to have products dot map, open brackets, we'll pass product, and then we'll pass index to uniquely identify each of them. Open our brackets. Now that we have map, that means we have loop. We need to display each of the products as a menu card. So for the menu card, we'll have our div tag right here. But to uniquely identify each of the products array, we need to pass our key. And here we're going to identify with the ID product dot underscore ID. Okay, let's come back here. This is a product array, right? This is an array. This is an object. This is an object. Once we uniquely identify each of these objects, we're using this ID underscore ID. When we were identifying the category, we're using index because we do not have an ID here and we want to use the index number to uniquely identify. We can do it for this as well, but I chose to use ID here. Okay, so it's still going to give us the same thing at the end of the day. So now we have our menu card right here. Next thing is the contents that will be in the menu card. So in between this div tag, we're going to have an image, and the source of the image would be product dot image, which is this image right here in the product. Also, after the image, we're going to have a div tag. Then inside the div tag, we'll have another div tag and a p tag after it. So for the first div tag, we're going to have an h3 tag, which is going to take the name of the product. So we're going to have product dot name. After this h3 tag, we're going to have the span tag. Inside this span tag, we're going to have another span tag, and the span tag will take the price. So product dot price. Oh, I mean price in dollars. Okay, so product dot price. Okay, now for the p tag that is here, we're just going to have this very simple lorem, this dummy text. Okay. Okay, so that is for the menu display. Now let's mount our menu display in app.jsx. Menu display, and let's see what we have so far. So this is service. After the service section, you can see all our category is right here. Then our menu display, the food, the price, the text, the food, the price description, the food, the price description, the drink, the price, the food, the price. Oh my god, such a nice chicken. The food, the price, pug, pizza, noodles, rice, pizza, drinks, spag, chicken and chips, pizza. Okay, so now let us style and also ensure that once we click on any of the category, the food display would be displayed based on the category. Now all of the category of the food has been displayed, right? I want to ensure that once we click on this, the food will display based on the category. So let us start first. So I'm going to open menu display. I'm going to close this services, menu context, and I'm going to close this asset. Close this as well so that we can have a larger screen. So the first div tag, we're going to set padding on X to 4, padding on Y to 12, max width will take 6XL, and then we want everything at the center, so MX auto. Now to the header, text center, margin bottom of 6, text 4XL for this. The font will be set to bold, and the text color will be white. Next is the category section. Oh, Ctrl Z, class name, text at the center, margin bottom of 8. Display would be flex. We'll set gap to 8, and then border on Y. Border color would be gray 600, and we'll set padding on Y to 6. Okay, then we have this list item, which I'm going to come back to and style and also explain. Let us style the menu display. Display would be grid equals 2, set the gap of 8. Then for the product card, which is the menu card, we're going to set display to flex, items starts set a gap of 4. Border bottom, and the border color would be gray 700. Then for this, we're going to have a conditional styling because we want to ensure that for every item, here the grade is 2. So we want to ensure that for each of the 2 items, we means that means if the index is even, we want to apply a padding to it. Okay. So let's just I'll delete this here. I'll use the curly braces and a backtick. This as well. Closing curly braces and then a backtick here. Okay. So let us add our conditional styling right here. After this border gray 700, we're going to have a dollar sign. Then we'll open the curly braces. Now we'll use eternal repeater to check if the index is even. Then we want to set the on medium screen. We want the padding right to be 10. If it is not on medium screen, we want the padding left to be 10. Okay, so that is for the menu card. Now for the image, we'll set the width to 30, we'll set the height to 30, objects, cover, and then rounded full. And then we have this div tag here. We'll set the flex to 1. Now for the other div tag, display would be flex, justify, between, items, center. Then for the product name, we're going to set the text size to large. Then the font will be semi-bold. Now for this span tag, text size will be large. Font here will be semi-bold as well. The color would be amber 500. Position will be relative. Margin left, we'll set that to 4. Now for the other span tag here, we're going to have the 4. Okay, this span tag we have, let's use a double quote because we're still going to use a single quote. So before, the contents would be empty, so no content here. Then before, position will be absolute. Before, we're going to set the width to 10. We'll set the border bottom. We'll set the border to dotted. So dotted. We'll set border gray 400. We'll set negative left to 12. And also, we're going to set the top to half of the width. Transform. We're going to set translate on y-axis or translate on y-axis half. Okay. So, like I said, the content of this span tag is nothing. So we shouldn't have this price here. It should be after it. So delete the space. After the closing span tag, you will paste the price. That means the price is going to be inside this initial span tag, not in between the second span tag that is inside the initial span tag. Okay, next is the P tag here. We'll set the text to small. Text color would be gray, 500, and then we'll set margin top to be 1. Now for this P tag here, text will be set to small, whole span. I want it to span across all column. So the text size as well. The text color would be gray, 500. So right now, this is what our menu display looks like. Okay, we have all of this menu here, and we have our category right here. So now we need to work on this category and also bind the category with the menu display such that when we click on any category item, the menu will be displayed based on that category. So let's do that. We'll start with this category here, the category section. Now, we want to ensure that once the user clicks on the category, we display based on, we are able to display menu based on that category, right? So on click, since the user is clicking, we'll call the setter function, set category, we'll pass previous category, and then we want to check if the previous category, we are using a ternary operator, if the previous category matches with item dot category title. That means if the previous category is the same as the category title, then we want to display all the category. If not, we want to display item based on the category title. I hope this is understood. Okay, so now to the styling. Press enter, let's style. We'll pass our class name. Now this is going to take a conditional styling as well. So we'll have our backtick here. We'll set the cursor to pointer. Padding will take 10 pixels on x-axis. Padding will take 3. Padding will take 10. I don't mean 10 pixels. 10. Padding will take 3 on y-axis. Then the list style will be set to none. Border radius full. The font weight will be medium. The text size will be small. Transition on all. Duration of the transition will take 200. Now the conditional styling is this. So we're going to check if the category matches the item dot category title, then we'll have this style. That means if the category that we have selected is active, it's the same thing. If the category selected matches the item dot category title, that means if it is active, we want to have this styling. If not, we want to have this styling. Now, if it is, the styling we want to have is, we'll set the background color to amber 500 for active category. Border will be set to 2. Border color would be gray 600. Now, for non-active category, that is this, border will be set to 2 as well. And then the border color would be gray 600. The only difference is it will not have this background color. Okay, so active category will have a background color, non-active category would have no background color. Now for the product, we want to display all the products and also want to display product based on category if any category is selected. So we need to bind it. So we use the filter method to filter products based on category. So products.filter, open our bracket, we'll pass products, Ctrl Z, Ctrl Z. Okay, open these brackets once more. Products. Then we're going to have, we'll use a ternary operator. Oh no, not a ternary operator. We'll use an OR operator to check if the product matches with all category. then all the products should be displayed. If it does not match with all category, then the category that matches with the products should be displayed. Okay. So now if we check our screen, if we check the browser now, you can see the all category is being displayed because no other category is active. All category is active, so all products is being displayed. If I click on this category, just these two products matches with it. If I click on this, okay. So this is working perfectly well. Next thing we need to work on now is our reservation. So we need to create our reservation form now. So we're going to close our menu display. So I'm going to close menu display. I'm going to open reservation form. Oh, not getting now. Reservation form. So we're going to start working on our reservation form now. So we'll start with the UI of our reservation form. We'll have a div tag. Inside the div tag, we're going to have a form for the form itself and then a div tag for. So the form is going to be the left section and the other div tag will be the right section. So inside our form, we're going to have an h2 tag. We'll have an h1. So the h2 will take this text and the h1 will take this. Dine with us. Then we'll have a span tag. And here we'll have online reservation. After this h1 tag, we'll have a div tag. And inside this div tag, we'll have the first div tag. We'll have a label. And the label will be for full name. Full name. Then we'll have our input for text. The type will be for text. We'll have a placeholder that would say full name. Then we're going to have another div tag. So I'm just going to copy this and then paste it. So the second one will be for email. So email address. Then the placeholder would be email. After this div tag, we'll have another div tag. We'll paste the next div tag. This would be for phone number. And the type would be for telephone. And here we're going to have phone number. Then after this div tag, the next div tag will be for the next reservation will be for date. So I'll just create a div tag. Label for dates. So this would be for not just dates, reservation dates. So I forgot to add reservation dates, and then the input, the type is dates. So we don't need no placeholder here. And the next div tag would be for time or reservation. So right here, I'm going to type in time or reservation of reservation. For this time of reservation, we need to display the time, okay, as an option so that the user can select from it. So, but we don't have that yet. So what we're going to do now is to create a function that is going to undo that. So right here, no, I mean right here, I'm going to create a function that's going to undo our time of reservation. So I'm going to name the function time slot. So I'm going to have const time slot be equals to, it's going to be an arrow function by the way. So in this function, we're going to write our logic. So we need to create a variable that would store the time slot and then initialize it as an array. So we're going to have const slots will be equal to empty array. And now we're going to loop from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. and then the final slot will be 8 to 9 p.m. I hope you understand that. So we'll use our for loop. If you're familiar with for loop, you should understand this. Let hour be equals to 9. Hour will be less than 21, that is 8 p.m. Then we'll have hour plus plus. Inside this for loop, we're going to do few things. The first few things that we're going to do is to convert 24-hour format to 12-hour format for the start time. We're going to have start time and end time. So we need to convert the 24-hour format to 12-hour format for the start time. So in the start time, we're going to have the start hour and the start period. The start hour will be 9, 10, 11. Start period will be AM and PM, right? So we're going to have const. We'll start with the start hour. Will be equal to hour modulus 12, since we're converting. If hour modulus 12 is 0, then it's 12 hours. If it isn't, then it should be hour modulus 12. Then for the start period will be equal to, if hour is less than 12, then it is AM, otherwise it is PM. Now for the end time, we need to convert the 12-hour format to the 24-hour format to 12-hour format for the end time, and it's going to be 1 hour after the start time. Okay, so const end hour will be equal to hour plus 1 modulus 12 will be equal to 0. Then it is 12-hour format. If it isn't, then it is hour plus 1 modulus 12. For the end period, will be equal to hour plus 1. If it is less than 12, then it is AM. If it isn't, then it is PM. Okay, so now that we've converted from 24 hours to 12 hours for both start time and end time, we now need to create the format from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m., 10 a.m. to 10 p.m., etc. So we're going to have slots, the time slots, dots, push, open our bracket, then we'll have a curly braces, $sign, open our square bracket. We're going to have start hour, o'clock, start period, 2, $sign, end hour, o'clock, end period. So let me close this. So you can see right here, this is the format that we're going to go for. So this is, let's say this is 12 o'clock AM, 12 o'clock PM. Okay. So after this now, after the for loop, we're going to return the array of time slots that we use in the drop down. You know, we have pushed this slot here. Then it was initialized with an empty array, and now we've pushed this to it. So we need to return it. So we're going to return slots. Okay, so this is what we're going to use for our time. So inside this div tag, we have our label already. Now we need to use the select. So inside this select, we're going to have options, right? So option, the value here will be empty, and the text it will show will be select time. Then inside the same select, we're going to loop through the time slot function to display the format, to display it as an option. So we're going to have time slots, the function, dot map, per slot, then the index number to uniquely identify each of them. It's supposed to be in lowercase, slot, index, open our brackets, then option. The value here would be each of the slots. And then we're going to have the key to uniquely identify them, and it's going to be index number. Okay, and the option here that we want to display is still going to be the slot. Okay, so this is for time display. After this entire div, the next div tag, the label here is going to be for number of guests. And for this number of guests, we want to have options as well. So we need select tag. Now, for this, we're going to map over an array of numbers from 1 to 10 and display it as an option. So I'll open my curly braces. So we're just going to use this array of 10 numbers dot keys, open bracket. We want to map. So we're identifying individual numbers with I in this case. Open our bracket and then display it as an option. Oh, Ctrl Z, Ctrl Z. So there's a bit of an error. Okay, we'll pass this I, right? Open our bracket, then we'll have our option. And the value here would be I plus 1. That means if the start number is 0, since it's an array, the start number is 0, 0 plus 1, 1. That's what it's going to display. And the key as well would be I plus 1. Now the option that I want to display is going to be I plus 1 guests. Okay, that is for the number of guests that we're going to have. So we're mapping from array of 10, right? So the first number will be 0, 0 plus 1, that means 1 guest. Next number is 1, 1 plus 1, that is 2 guests. Next number will be 2, 2 plus 1 is 3 guests, till it gets to 10. Okay, so that is for that div tag. And next thing we're going to have is button. And the button here is going to say book a table. Okay, so we're done with the form now. Next is this div tag that is after the form. So we'll have 4 div tags. The first one will take an h3 and a p tag. The second div tag will take an h3 and 2 p tags. The third div tag would take an h3 and 2 p tags. Okay, this one is supposed to take just 1. And the last one will take an h3 then icons. So we'll come back to that. So the first div tag will take an h3 tag and it's going to take this text. The p tag will take this. The next h3 tag will take this. And the p tag, so it will take this. Then this h3 tag here will take this, open time. And the p tag here to take this. Then the next p tag will take this. Then for the last one, I'm going to take this, stay connected. Then we're going to have icons. So because we've installed React icons, we can just type in icon. We can just type in a keyword, then we're going to have icons. So let's say I want to use the Facebook icon. You can just type in the name of the icon if you know that particular icon, and then React is going to suggest lists of icons that match with that keyword that you have typed. It might take a while depending on how fast your internet is, or you should just visit the website. Just type in React icons. So once you type in React icon, if you see this website react-icon.github.io, just visit that website, and then you're going to see several icons that you can choose from. So on the search bar, you can just type in the icon. Let's say I want Facebook icon. I'm just going to type in Facebook. You're going to see different types of icon that you can select and choose from. Let's say I want to use the user icon. You're going to see a list of icons, beautiful icons that you can choose from. Okay, so I'm using the Facebook icon, right? So let us go back to Facebook and select the icon of my choice. So I'm going to be using this icon. So first I need to copy this, and then I'll paste it at the top. Then I'll copy the tag as well and paste it where I need it, exactly where I need the icon. So I'm going to paste it here. Next is the Twitter icon. So you can just type in Twitter, and then React is going to show you list of icons that matches with it. You can see you see React icons here. So just select. That is if you know that specific icon, or if you do not know it, you can see right there that it has imported. If you do not know what the icon look like, I would indulge you to visit the website and choose from it. Do you understand? Let's say I want to use Instagram icon. I can just type in Instagram. You can see we have the Instagram square and then Instagram itself. But because I know what it looks like and what I want to use specifically, I'm just going to select this. And then Reddit. Oh, come on. Reddit. You can see we have Reddit alien, Reddit square. I'm using the first one. I know what it looks like. And then YouTube icon. Okay. And if you check, every single thing has been imported right here. Okay. So this is for our reservation form. Now I'm going to mount the reservation form in app.gsx reservation form. So if we check now, let us see, we should have our reservation form right here. It does not look presentable now, so let us style so that this will look much more presentable. Thanks to styling, if not, website will be looking like the 90s. No shades. So let us style. Okay. So the first div tag here, minimum height will be the screen size. Sorry about that. We're using the first background, which is the background that we have here. They already created this background right here. Okay, so let me close this back. Then we'll set the padding to 6. We'll set on medium screen, padding should be 12. Now for this div tag, max width will take 6XL. Margin auto display will be grid. On medium screen, grid calls 3. Then for the form tag, medium screen, whole span 2. So it should span across 2 columns. Then we'll use the second background, which is the same background by the way. So this background 2 is, we're using this body background, so I'm just going to leave it as it is. Then we'll set padding of 8. Then we'll have a medium shadow right here, shadow empty. Then we have an H2 tag here. Text size will be small, font will be semi-bold. Text color amber 500. We want the text in uppercase, so uppercase. If you don't want uppercase, just leave it. Tracking wider. Then for the H1 tag, text should be 3 pixel. Font should be bold. Then we'll have the margin button to be 4. Then on the span tag, the text color would be amber 500. Yeah. Then next is this div tag that we have here. Display would be grid on medium screen. Grid goes 2. And then we set the gap to 4. Now for the first div tag that we have here, display will be grid, gap will be 1.5. Yeah. And the other div tags will use the same styling, display grid, gap, display grid. Here as well, down to this div tag. Okay, so let's continue. Now we're not styling the label tag, we're going to style the input field. So let us style. The width will be full, padding will be 3, margin bottom will be 3. We set the border. Then we want to use the background color. Then focus ring, focus the color, we set it gray 300. So we're going to use the same styling for all the input fields. So this input field, the same styling, this input field, the same styling, this the same styling, then this select here, the same styling, the select here as well, the same styling. Okay, then we're going to style the button. So for this button, the width will be full as well, padding will be 3, margin top will be 4, background color, we're going to set that to amber 500, the text color will be white. When you hover on it, background color will be amber 600. Then transition. Then the font will be bold. Next thing to style is the div tag that we have here. We're using this background here, this background. So background 3, text color gray 300, padding is 8, shadow medium, space on Y will be 10, text center. Then we have this one right here. The text size should be 3XL. The font will be bold. It's going to use the same styling, so we'll use the same thing here, and we'll use the same thing here, and we'll use the same thing here. But for the last one, we're going to add margin bottom of 2. Okay. We're going to alternate here. This is not going to use this styling. There's the P tag that would use the styling. No, I mean Ctrl Z, Ctrl Z. Let's just leave that it is. Okay. Colors should be the p tag. Yes, this should be p tag. Control Z. Let's just leave it as it is. Let's just leave it. It's just the text. This should be here. Colors is supposed to be okay. Now I understand. This is supposed to be right here, and it's supposed to be a p tag. Yes, but the text here is supposed to be colors. So I'll cut this colors, and then this is supposed to have the phone number. All right, so now it's correct. Next thing to style is these icons. So for this icon, it's supposed to be inside a div tag. So I cut and I pasted it. So let's style that container. Display is flex, gap of 4, justify, center. Then for each of the styling, each of the icon. Okay, I want to style everything at once. So class name, text for Excel, and color would be white. Okay, let's see. The button that we have here is supposed to be outside the div tag, not inside, because the div tag here is saying that we want grid format. So it's supposed to be outside the div tag before closing the form tag. And also the label here, we missed it, guests. We're supposed to have number of guests here, of guests. So this is what our reservation form looks like now. You can see number of guests, select time. Okay. So we have full name, we have email address, phone number, reservation date that you can choose from. We have time of reservation, and we have number of guests. So now we're going to create the footer section. So I'm going to close our reservation form, and then I'm going to open the footer section, and we'll mount it after the reservation form. So our footer section right here, let's create the UI. I believe this will have a div tag. We'll have two div tags. The first one, let us separate it from the second. So the first one will have an h2 tag, we'll have a paragraph tag, and then we'll have a div tag. Inside that div tag, we'll have an input and the button. Okay, so the h2 tag, we take this h2 tag, we take this text, and the p tag will take this text. Then the input here is for email. Placeholder, let's just have email address, and the button right here is going to take this text, join now. Then for the second div tag, we're going to have two div tags. The first div tag will have an h2. Then we'll have this text, emerald bistro. Then this div tag here, we're going to have icons. So because I know the kind of icon I want, so I'm just going to type it in. Facebook icon, we'll have Instagram icon, and also we'll have the YouTube icon. Do not forget, ensure you select it so that everything is going to import here and you're not going to run into an error. Now for the other div tag, we're going to have lists with 4 list items. First one being home, second being about, third being menu, and the last one being privacy policy. Okay, so this is a footer section right here. If we check, this is what we're going to have. All right, so let's down so that this will make more sense. Again with the third background. So display is flex direction is colon. We want to have a gap of 12. Padding on X will be 16. Padding on Y will be 16 as well. Then for the first div tag, display will be grid. Place content at the center, gap of 6. Then the text will be at the center as well. Then we have an H2 tag. Text is for Excel and the font will be bold. Then we have a P tag. Text will be large. Text will be gray 400. Then we have this div tag here. Display will be flex, items, center, justify content at the center as well. Then max width will be Excel. MX auto, the width will be full. Then we have an input field here. Display will be flex, items, center, justify, center, max width. No. I think I'm making a mistake. Okay. Display is flex go. Flex will be flex go. Padding on X will be 4. Padding on Y will be 3. Border will be 2. And then the border on the right will be 0. Border color will be amber for 500. Outline will be set to none. And then the text will be small size. Okay, now we have the button. Background color will be amber 500. Text will be white. Padding of 6. PY of 3. Font will be bold. Then we have a div tag here. Flex direction will be colon. On medium screen, flex direction will be row or common. Flex row, that is on medium. Then justify between items center. Items left. And we set a gap of 6. Items left, not baseline left. Okay. We have this H2 tag here. Text will be set to 2XL. Font will be bold. Display will be flex here. Justify between. Justify starts. We'll set a gap of 4. Margin top of 3. Text color orange 500. That is for the icons. Now for each of them, text size will be 3XL. And we'll set cursor to pointer. Then we have this another list here. Class name, display would be flex, gap of 6, justify, center, text to be base, font weight to be medium. Then after all this div tag, before the very last div tag, we'll have a paragraph tag. Okay, and it is going to take this text. And now we're going to style the text to be at the center. Text size will be small, and the margin top will be 4. So this is what the footer looks like at the end of the day. So we're done with the front end now for this restaurant reservation. Now let us work on the back end, then the admin. So let's get to it. We're going to right click on the backend folder and open it in integrated terminal. So I'm going to expand this now. So right here in our backend file, in our backend folder, we need to create a file, and we're going to name it server.js. Before anything, we're going to, in our terminal, we're going to run this command, npm init, press enter. Our package name is backend, press enter, version, description, entry point, as you can see, is server.js. Press enter, test command, git repository, just keep pressing enter until you get to OK. Then we're going to install other dependencies that we need now. So npm install. We'll start by installing cores. I would explain what each of them are for. So after typing, and then we'll install .env, then express, nodemon, mongoose, malta, JSON web token, Cloudinary. So let me expand this so that we can see the screen properly. Cloudinary. So we're going to install all of these. So let me explain what each of them is for. The cause here is a security feature in web browser that restricts how resources on the server can be accessed from different domains. So this is a package in Node.js that helps us configure access permission. Then we have .env, which is a package that loads the environment variable from a .env file, keeping sensitive data like our API keys, and it secures and separates it from the code. Then we have our express. Our express package will be used to undo server requests, and nodemon is a tool that automatically restarts a Node.js application when it detects a file change. And mongoose here is a library for working with our MongoDB in Node.js. It helps us structure, define schemas, and interact with our database easily. Then we have the Malta, which serves as a middleware for handling file upload in Node.js, and is often used to process images, PDFs, and other files sent via form. In this case, we're going to use the Malta to process our image upload for the menu. Then we have JSON web token, which is a package used for creating and verifying JSON web tokens, which help us with user authentication and authorization. Then we have Cloudinary as well, which is a cloud-based service that helps store and manage. It helps store, manage, and optimize images and video that are often used for uploading and saving media files. So in this case, we're using Cloudinary for image, and we're using Malta for image as well. Then I'm going to press enter now. Okay, so we've encountered an error because the spelling of Cloudinary is not correct. We need to retype everything now. So I'm going to recopy everything, and I'm just going to, this is going to be Cloudinary. Then I'm going to press enter. I'm going to reduce this, and we're going to see we have Cloudinary, cause.env, express, JSON web token, mongoose, malta, nodemon. All of this has been installed. Now in our scripts, I'm going to delete this test. And after the main file, which is server.js, we're going to have our type. So type here is going to be module, and I'll add a comma. Okay, so after our start file, we are going to have our server, a property for server, and here we want to always restart our server with nodemon server.js. Okay, now we're going to create a very simple server and test out our server. So we're going to start creating the server. First, we need to import our Express from Express package, which we're going to use to handle server requests. So import Express from Express package, and then we're going to import our course, which will enable cross-origin resource sharing. We import course from course package, and then we are going to load environment variable from .env file, which we are here to create. So I'm just going to have import. So we're going to create the file now. .env /config, and now we are going to initialize our Express app. Const app will be equals to Express, and we set the server port from the environment variable or to a default to 4000. So const port will be equals to process.env.port or 4000. The port is going to be port 4000. And now we need to enable course for handling cross-origin requests. So here we're going to have app.use, open our brackets, and we're going to have course. And then we'll pass the incoming JSON payloads. So app.use, open brackets, express.json. Now we're going to check if our API is working. So we're going to have app.get, open our brackets, then we'll pass request and response as the parameter. We'll create our function. Response.send is going to be API working, and then we'll start our server after this. App.listen, we'll pass the port, comma, create the function with no parameter. In the console, we are going to have server started on ports. Then we'll concatenate it with the ports, which is 4000. Then we'll remove this. Okay, so now we need to test our server, but before that, let's create our project structure. We're going to have the config folder. We'll create another folder for controllers. We'll create another folder for middleware, WARE. We'll create another folder for models. We'll create another folder for routes. And finally, we'll create a file for .env. Okay. So now let's test this server. In our terminal, we're going to run this command, npm run server, and I'll press enter. And now you can see in our terminal we're getting server started on port 4000. Server, started. You can see that NodeMon has started the server because of the simple change that we just made now. So this server is working. Now we need to set up our database, and we'll connect it with our local server that we have here. So I'll close all of these, and we're going to visit the official website of MongoDB. So MongoDB Atlas, press enter. So you visit the website, click on the link, and it's going to lead you to the website. On the website, click on sign in. If you do not have an account, click on sign up. So I'm just going to log in now because I have an account. So when you visit the official website, you're going to create a new project. So we'll click on view all projects, and then click on new project. We're going to create a new project here. We'll name our project to Restaurant Reservation MERN. Then you click on next. Ensure that your email is available. And now a new project has been created, Restaurant Reservation MERN overview. Then click on create cluster. It will lead you to another page. So to deploy your cluster, we're using the free package, Cluster Zero. You can use any provider of your choice, say Amazon Web Service, Google Cloud, Azure, whichever one. Then select the region that is closest to you. I'm in Africa, so I'm going to select Cape Town, and I will click on Create Deployment. And right now, you are going to change the password that you have here. Then you click on Create Database User, then choose a connection method. Click on Drivers. We're using Node.js, sorry, and this is the latest version. So we've already installed our driver for MongoDB. We have installed Mongoose. Okay. Now we're going to copy this line of code from MongoDB plus SRV down to where we have the /. You copy this line of code. You head back to your VS Code or whatever editor you're using. Then you type in MongoDB _URI will be equal to, you paste where you just copied now, and you're going to delete the /. So it's going to end with .net. Then you come here and click on Done. So once that is done, you head over to the sidebar, click on Network Access, and then you're going to add a new IP address, allow access from anywhere, click on Confirm. Once this new IP address has been active, you get a confirmation email. And now we can now continue with our code. So we're just going to click on clusters again, so that we're going to be on the clusters page. Once we have collection, we'll be able to click on browse collection. So let's create our code to connect our local server with our MongoDB. So in the config folder, we're going to create a file, mongodb.js, lowercase mongodb.js. Press enter. Then first we need to import the Mongoose library to interact with MongoDB. We're going to import Mongoose from Mongoose package. Then we're going to create a function to establish a connection to the MongoDB database. So I'm going to name the function connect database, connect DB, and it's going to be an asynchronous function with no parameter. Then we use an event listener to log a message when the database connection is successfully established. So here we have Mongoose, Ctrl-Z, Mongoose dot connection dot on. Open our brackets once it's connected. We'll create an arrow function here that would log the message. So in the console, we're going to log the message connection available or connection secured, whichever one you prefer. So I'm going to use connection secured. After this, we are now going to connect the MongoDB database using the URI that was stored in our environment variable. So here we're going to have await mongoose dot connect. Open our brackets, then we start with a backtick followed by a $. Then we open our curly braces, process dot env dot mongodb underscore URI. Okay. Followed by, after the closing curly braces, and this is going to be followed by menu. Let's just have menu here. Then we're going to export the connect database function to use another part of our application. So we're going to export defaults connect db. So now we're going to open our server file, and after our ports right here, we're going to connect to database by calling the connect database function. So here, connect db. This is going to add .js. Okay. And here we're going to add, because we're calling a function, connect db function. And now you can see that we have a change here, connection secured, server started on port 4000, because that is the message that we want to log in our console, connection secured. So now we've been able to connect with our database, with our MongoDB. So now I'm going to close this. Now the next thing is to set up our Cloudinary as well, to ensure that we're able to upload images. Now you see that these pages are now showing that we can click on them. Before it was default because the database was not connected to any local server. So now let's search Cloudinary. Cloudinary. And on Cloudinary, click on visit the official website, sign up for free. If you have an account, click on login. If you do not have an account, click on sign up. If you have an account, just log in with your account. Once you create an account or once you log in, first we need to copy this cloud name. In our .env file, we are going to have another property for Cloudinary name. Cloudinary underscore name. And we're going to paste what we just copied now. Then we can now continue. First, we need to click on go to API keys. And right here, you're going to click on generate a new API key. And it will ask for your email to send confirmation code. It will ask for the confirmation code that will be sent to your email. You're just going to copy and paste the confirmation code there. And you're going to click on approve. And a new API, it will be generated for you. You're just going to edit the name. I'm going to use mine as MERN stock restaurant reservation. Reservation. Click on enter. Now you're going to copy the API key. And you're going to paste it here. First, we need to Cloudinary underscore API underscore key. And it will be equal to Ctrl Z. Let's have it in a double quote. Then we'll have our Cloudinary secret key as well. Cloudinary underscore secrets underscore key to be equal to, we're going to get the secret key from here, API secrets. You come here, then you click on the eye icon, then you can now click on copy and you're going to paste it here. Okay, so we'll close this and now let's start up our Cloudinary. I'll create a new file in config folder and I'm going to name the folder cloudinary.js and cloudinary.js. So right here, first thing is to import v2 as Cloudinary from our Cloudinary package. I'm going to import v2 as Cloudinary. From Cloudinary package. Then we're going to create a function that is going to connect Cloudinary. It's going to be an asynchronous function. So const, I'll name the function connect Cloudinary, which is going to be an asynchronous function with no parameter. And now we're going to configure, I will press enter. We'll configure our Cloudinary. So here, cloudinary.config, open our brackets, then our curly braces. We'll get the cloud name. And we're getting it from our env file. So process.env.cloudinary name. So I'm just going to copy the keyword here to avoid typo error. Then we need the API key. So API key will be process.env. We need the Cloudinary API key that we've stored in our env file. Then we need the API secrets. So here, API secrets key is going to be process.env.Cloudinary secrets key as well. We'll paste it right here. So after this, we're going to export our connect Cloudinary function so that other part of the application can have access to it. Export defaults, connect Cloudinary. And in our server.js, we're going to call our connect Cloudinary function. So here, connect Cloudinary.js. Okay. So now that we've set up our Cloudinary, we're going to close all of this. Now in our middleware, we're going to create a file and I'm going to name it Malta.js. I'll click enter As I said earlier, Malta is a middleware for handling file upload in Node.js. So we're going to be using it to process our image. So first thing we need to do here is to import Malta package to undo file upload. We're going to import Malta from Malta package. Then we're going to configure the storage setting for uploaded file. So const storage will be equal to Malta dot this storage. Open our brackets, then open our curly braces. We need to define the finding function to set how the uploaded file should be named. So here we're going to have file name of a function. Open our brackets, request, comma, file, and callback. And now we're going to use the original file name of the uploaded file. So callback would be pass null, comma, file dot original name. After all of this, we're now going to create an upload instance using the defined storage configuration. So const upload will be equal to Malta, then we'll have a curly braces storage, then we'll export the default upload. So export default upload. So now that we're done with our Malta, we're going to close this and we'll start by creating functions. So in our controller function, in our controller folder, I'm going to create a file. I'm going to name it user controllers.js. So right here, we're going to create the function that will undo admin login. And here we're going to name the function admin login, const admin login. It's going to be an arrow function, an asynchronous arrow function, and it will request, and we'll pass request and respond as the parameter. So we'll use our try catch statement. So now that we have our user controllers, we're going to create routes for this as well. I'll create a new file and we're going to name the file user routes.js. So here we're going to set up our routes. First, we need to import Express for Express package to undo server requests. So from Express, and then the admin login here that we have in our user controllers, we need to export it. So here we're going to export the function admin login, and we're going to use the function here, import admin login from controllers.js, from controller folder and user controller file.js. Then we're going to create our router. Const user router will be equal to express.router. Then we'll set up the route to access the admin login function. User router dot post method. Then our API endpoint will be /admin, comma, our function admin login. Then we're going to export our route so that other part of the application can make use of it. Export default user router. So now that we have it here in our server.js, we're going to define the route for handling our user router API request. So that's going to be after our express. So here we're going to have app.use, open our bracket, then our API endpoint /API/user, comma, then we're going to call our user router. So user router has been imported. Make sure it ends with .js so that you won't have any error. Now to test if this is working, let us send the message response.json success. We'll set this to true. Message login admin successful. So to test if this is working, we're going to use an extension. We're going to use a tool, and the name of this is called Thunder Client. This is what we're going to use to test. So we'll click on make a new request. So right here, we're using the post method, and we need to get our, and in the URL, we're going to have https:/api/user/admin. And now, so we're going to use our body here. So let me just make this smaller so that we can have a larger screen. Remember that we are requesting, okay, right here, this is what we have. We have not written the logic yet. So if I click on send now, okay, connection stopped. Okay, let's see, let's restart our server. Okay, this has restarted. Now if I click on send, we're going to get success true, message login admin successful. It means that this API, the function here, we're able to call the function using this endpoint here that we have in our server. Okay, so now we can now write the function to create for admin to log in. So first off, in our .env file that we have here, we need to store the admin email and password. So here we're going to have admin_email, and you're just going to use any email. In this case, we're going to use demo tutorial@gmail.com, and we're going to have our admin password as well, which is going to almost be the same. Admin password. So admin password will be equal to, we're just going to use a demo password, demo 12345, something like that. So now back to our user controllers, we're going to write our function, the function that is going to undo admin login. Okay, so first off, in our try catch, we need to extract email and password from request body. So we're going to have const email, comma, passwords will be equals to request.body. And then we're going to check if the email and password match the stored admin credential, the one we just stored in our env file. We use an if statement to check if email equals process.env.admin email and password equals process.env.admin password. If it does, if it matches, then we're going to create a JWT token for the admin. So we're going to have const token will be equal to JWT dot, not JSON web token, JWT dot sign, open our brackets, email, concatenate it with password, then process dot env dot our JWT secret key, which we are here to create, but we're going to do that now. JWT underscore secrets. Okay, so we're going to create that now in our env file. And before that, we need to ensure that we import this JWT here. So we're going to get that right here. Import JWT from JSON web token. Okay, import JWT from JSON web token package. And back here in our env file, we're going to have our JWT secrets that I copied now. And I'm just going to give it tutorial because that is what this is. Tutorial. Back to our user controllers. Okay. So this is an if statement to check if the email that the user is trying to log in with matches with the email that the admin has stored in our env file, and if the password matches with the admin password in our env file. If it does, we want to create a token. And if it doesn't, so here we're going to have an else statement. We want to generate a response dot JSON. The success here will be false, comma. We want to generate a message as well. Message is going to be invalid credential. we're going to have message. Okay, this is supposed to be a bracket, not so a bracket, then success false, add a comma, message is going to be error, invalid login details, invalid login details. Okay, and if it is, we skipped that earlier. If it is, we want to generate a response as well. Response.json. Success will be true, comma, the token. And we can add a message as well to say login successful. Okay. And if there's any error with our try block, we're going to log our error in the console. Error. And we generate a response for the error as well. Response.json, success false. Message would be error.message. So this is for our user controllers. So now let's test. Now this is what we have. So for our admin, we need to log in, right? So right here, let me make this bigger. Oh, we'll start with our email. Email is going to be the email that we have here. Comma. We'll have our passwords to be this as well. We're going to get the password from our env file, and I'm going to paste it here. Okay, so if we're using our post method, right, if I click on send, you can see success true, message login admin successful. So now we're getting success true, login admin successful, but we don't have the token. So I think we're running into a small error here. Let us see what the error is. Cannot set headers after they are sent to clients. Okay, I think the problem here is we have this response here. Okay, let me delete this message as well, but we can leave it. Now let's try again. If I click on send now, you can see, okay, that was the reason, because we had another response on top before our try catch. So here, success is true. We have the token generated for the admin. We have our message login successful. So this is working perfectly well. Next thing we need to do is to authenticate the admin. So this is working. Let's continue. I'm going to reduce this back. Now we need to authenticate our admin to ensure that the admin, only admin have access. We need to extract the token from request headers. So let me close this user controllers. I'll close this .env file, route, and all of that. So now in our config, no, not in the config, in the middleware, we're going to create another file, and I'm going to name it admin alt.js. I forgot to add .js. So this authentication is to ensure that when the admin logs in and the token has been saved, the admin can have access to do some things like adding products, removing products. That is what the authentication is for. So first, we're going to create a function, a middleware function to authenticate our admin. I'm going to name the function admin alt. So here, const admin alt will be equals to, it's going to be an asynchronous arrow function, and the parameters are going to be requests, respond, and next. So first off, the usual try catch statement. In our try statement, we need to extract token from request headers. So const tokens to be equal to request.headers. If no token is provided, we want to return an unauthorized response. So if not token, return response.json. Success will be false, message will be unauthorized. Success false, message unauthorized user. And if there is token, we're going to, let me close this. If there's token, we're going to verify the token using the secret key stored in our environment variable. So const, we're going to create a variable token decode will be equal to jwt dot verify, open a bracket, and we're going to pass token, comma, process dot env dot jwt underscore secrets. Okay. And now we'll check if the decoded token matches with the admin credentials, that is the email and password. We're going to use an if statement to do that. Token decode, if it is not equal to process dot env dot admin email, concatenate it with process dot env dot admin password. So now we're going to export this so that it can be used in other protected routes. We're going to have export defaults admin out. Okay, so the first thing we did, now we need to import the JWT that we're using. So we're going to import JWT from JSON web token. Okay, so first thing we did is to create a middleware function to authenticate our admin user to ensure that admin can have access to some things. Then we use our try catch block as usual. First, we extracted the tokens from request headers. If no token is available, if not token, we want to generate a response that the user is unauthorized. And if the token is available here, we are verifying the token using the secret key that we stored in our environment variable. Okay. And now we're using a new statement to check if the decoded token matches the admin credentials, which is the email and password. If it doesn't, that's why we have not here. If it doesn't, want to display a message, user is not authorized. And if it does, we want to move to the next step. If there's any error with our try block, our catch block is going to generate an error response. So this is for admin out. We're going to use it in protected routes like adding products, removing a product in the admin panel, adding a product from the admin panel to save in the database and to display on the front end, those kind of stuff, etc. Now, the next thing that we need to do is to add products to front end. So I'm going to close this as well. Now we'll start with our controllers here, and we're going to create product controllers. So we're going to create product controllers. .js. But before writing any function, we need to create our model. So we'll head to model file, and we're going to create product models. Models.js. In our product model, we're going to create our product schema. But first, we need to import Mongoose package from Mongoose. So import Mongoose from Mongoose package. Then we'll create the schema for our products in our database. So const product schema will be equal to new mongoose dot schema, open our brackets, then our curly braces, which is going to contain our objects. So first will be the name, and the type will be string, required will be true because it's required true. Then we're going to have the price as well. So add a comma after the curly braces, price. The type here will be number. Required will be true as well. True. We'll add a comma as well. Then we're going to have description. The type will be string, required to be true. So instead of having to type and type, I'm just going to copy and paste this. Then we'll have our image for our product. The type will be string, required to be true. Then we'll have the category, type string, required true. And finally, we'll have the date, and the type is going to be number. So I'm just going to copy this that we have here, and I'm going to paste it here. And now we're going to create a Mongoose model for the product collection. So we're going to check if the product already exists, we would use it. Otherwise, we're going to create a new one. So we're going to have const product model will be equal to mongoose dot models dot products or mongoose dot model into bracket the product model, comma, we use our product schema. Okay, after this, we are now going to export the product model to use in other parts of the application. So we're going to have export default product model. So after creating our model, we're now going to write all our functions to add products to the front end from the back end, to get the list of product, to remove product, and to get single product. So what we're going to do here is to write a function. It's going to be an asynchronous function. First, we need to create a function to add a new product. So add products will be equal to async arrow function, and it's going, the parameters are going to be requests and respond. Then we'll create the second function, which is to get the lists of products. It's going to retrieve all products from the database, and we're going to send them in our response. So const lists products will be equal to async. Parameter will be request and respond. Then we'll have const another function to remove a product. We're going to find the product by its ID, and we're going to delete it from the database. So here it's going to be const remove products will be equal to async request and respond. Then we're going to create another function to fetch the detail of a single product. Okay, so we're going to have const single products will be equal to async requests or respond. Then we'll create our arrow function. So for each of these functions, now we're going to export them. Export add product, lists products, remove products, and single products. Okay, now the next thing, first we're going to test each of this function if it's working. But before we can test, we need an API endpoint to access each of these functions. So we're going to create the product route for each of them. In the routes folder, we'll create a file, and we're going to name it product routes.js. In our product routes, we need to import express from express package. And then we're going to import all the functions that we want to create endpoint for. So we'll head back to the controllers, and we're just going to copy each of this, every single one of them, and we'll paste this here. So from dot dot forward slash dot forward slash no dot dot forward slash dot dot forward slash no dot dot forward slash controllers slash product controllers.js. Always add .js so that you won't have any error. And also we're going to import our upload function from our middleware, the one that we created here in multi.js. Okay, so that we can store images. So we're going to import upload from dot dot forward slash middleware slash multi.js. So here multi.js. And also we need to import our admin authentication, because we want to ensure that only admin can add products and also remove products. Every other person can get the list of products without authentication, or can fetch for a single product, but only admin can add to products and remove products. So we are going to import admin alts from admin alts from / middleware / admin alts.js. Okay, so now we are going to create an instance of our express router. So const products router be equal to express.router. Then we're now going to create the product routes for each of the functions. So we're going to have product router dot post method. We're using post method to send a product, to add a product to our database. So the API endpoint is going to be add, comma. Here we want to ensure that we can upload. We'll call the upload function dot single into brackets image. We want to upload just a single image. Also, we'll add the admin authentication to it to ensure that only admin can add product. And we're going to call the function itself add products. Okay, so that is for the first one. Second, we're going to have product router dot get method. We want to fetch the lists of all the products that we have in our database. API endpoint will be lists, and we'll call the function list products. Then we'll go over to the next one. The next one will be product router dot post method. API endpoint will be remove because we want to delete. This is for deleting, and we'll add our authentication admin alt to ensure that only admin can delete, and we'll call the function remove products. The next one will be for single products. Product router dot get. We want to get the detail of the product / single. That is the API endpoint, and we're going to pass the function single products. Now we're going to export our product routers to be used in another part of the application. So export default product router. Now that we've created the API endpoint for each of these functions, we'll head over to our server.js, which is our entry point, and we are going to add it here. So here we're going to have app.use. The API endpoint for the product router itself will be / API / products, add a comma, and we'll call our product routes products router. Okay, and if we check here, it has been imported. Always ensure that it comes with .js. If it doesn't, just add .js yourself. So now let's test. Now that we've set up the routes to access the functions that we have in for our product controllers. So you know what we're using to test our Thunder client. And right here, let me minimize this so that I can have a larger screen. Okay, so we'll head back here to add products, right? So let's just send a message, response.json success true message added to products. I don't know, something like that. What a typo error. Okay, so remember that we're going to use the post method to add. So this is the post method. Now this is going to be http localhost port 4000 /API/ this is going to be products / add. If I click on send, connection was interrupted. Okay, let's restart our server. So now if I click on send, we're going to get success false message unauthorized user. And the reason why we're getting this is because in our admin authentication, we want to ensure that there is a token available. The admin is logged in. So first off, to test this, we are going to get the token from request.headers. That means that we need to first log in the admin details to have access. We need to ensure that the admin details is stored in our headers to have access to add in products. Okay, so now what we're going to do, we're going to use the post method to log in. So here is going to be /user/admin, which we have tried yesterday when I was recording this. Okay, so this is still the, so I'm going to click on send now. This is the token. We're going to copy this token now that is generated for the admin, and we'll head to headers. We'll come right here in the headers. Let me make this small. In the headers, we're going to type in token, and the token we're going to paste what we just copied. Okay, now that we have that in token, in the body we're not going to have nothing. Let me just delete this. Okay, now we want to have access to these protected routes for our product controllers, and it's going to be to add to products, right? It's going to be /product/add. If I click on send, we're going to get success through message added to product. Okay, reason being that in our product controllers, in our product route, we already added an admin authentication to ensure that only admin that is logged in can have access to add products. Only when the token is saved can the admin have access. Only a registered user and a person with the right credentials to the admin panel can have access to add to products. Okay, so let's say we remove the authentication that we have here now. Okay, and now we head back here, and in our headers, let's say I cancel this. Now we have no authentication, right? And we just click on send. Okay, our server is just restarted. Okay, so if I click on send, we're going to get success through message added to products. Remember that I just removed the token, which means that anybody can have access to the add to product. If I just do Ctrl+Z, we are back to adding authentication to our products. Okay, without the token, no one can have access to add products. So now if I click on send now, send, we're going to get success false message unauthorized user. Okay, so now that we understand this, now we can now write the function to add to product and ensure that there's a token when we're testing this out. So let me enlarge this back and let's write our function to add products. So right here we start with our try catch statement. Try catch. In our try block, we are going to extract product details from request body. So we're going to have const name, comma, we need the price, comma, description, comma, we need the category as well. And this will be equal to request.body. Then we're going to extract the image URL as well, but first we need to define our image. Let image URL equals an empty string. Then we're going to check if image is available. We want to upload it to our Cloudinary, and if there is no image, we're going to use a placeholder to replace the image. So we'll use an if else statement. So if else, for the if condition, if image is available, and then we want to we'll create a variable, let result be equal to upload the image to Cloudinary uploader upload into brackets the image path, image.path, add a comma, then the resource type underscore type will be image. Now we're going to use the image URL will be results dot secure URL underscore URL. Okay, else the image URL will be replaced by a placeholder, just a regular placeholder, https://var.placeholder.com/150. This is just a dummy placeholder. Okay. Then after this, we're going to create a new product object with all the necessary details. So we're going to name that product data const product data will be equal to name description. Oh no, description. I hope you didn't import anything. Okay, description, comma, category, comma, price, and we must ensure that the price must be a number. So here, number, then we'll pass price, comma, we'll have the image, which is going to be our image URL, comma, the dates. We need to save it as the current date stamp, so we use the dates dot now method. Now we are now going to log the product data in our console. So log in console product data. After this, we'll create a new product instance to save it to the database. So we're going to have const product will be equal to new product.model product model. We're going to import product model, so let's not forget that. Product data. Then now we'll save it. Wait. Products.save. Okay, so we've saved this to our database. If this is successful, we're going to generate a response to say success true message product added successfully. If there's any error with our try block, our cat block is going to generate a response. First in the console, we'll log the response in our console, error. Then we'll generate a response as well. Success will be false. Message could not add products. Let's just say that. Cannot add products. So now we're going to test this by adding products here. Let's see, do we have a token? We have no token. So we need to log in again. So this is going to be localhost port 4000/API/user/admin. I'm going to select this, and in the body we'll paste this. I cut this earlier, the email and password that we're getting from our env package here, the admin email and admin password. So let's log in so that we can generate a token. So we're going to copy this token now, and we're going to save this in our headers as token. The value, we'll place it here. Then in our body, let's head back here. In our product controllers, the function to add product, we need to extract the name, price, description, category, and from request.body, and also the image as well. So while testing now, in the body, we're going to have, let's try using it as a form right here. So let's say the name, and the sample, the value is going to be testing. This is just to test. You can either use it as a form or as JSON. So price, let's say 14 or 12. What else do we need? We need description and category, then the image. So description will still be testing description, and the category would be, let's say, pizza. Then we're going to add an image. We'll click on file, image, and we're going to choose from our file. We're just going to choose this image here. We'll click on open. Now the image has been added. If we click on send now, okay, cannot the structure property email of requested body. Oh, our endpoint is not what we're supposed to use. It's supposed to be, we're using the post method, https port 4000/API/products. I missed that, /products/add. So now if I click on send now, okay, so we're getting an error, type error, remove product.json is not a function in product controllers. Let's see. Oh, this is supposed to be response.json. So let our server restart now. Connection has been secured now, so let's send again and test. Cannot add products. Okay, Okay, so we're getting an error, cannot add products. And right here, if we check our terminal, we can see that the reference error is that image is not defined. So we missed defining our image. So right here, we need to get our image from file. So we're going to have const image will be equal to request.file. This should suffice. Now let's test again. Our server has restarted. Connection has secured. If I click on send now, we have another error, cannot add products because products model is not defined. We need to define products model here. When coding, error is your friend. Always check. So here we're going to have products model from our models from models/products model.js. So with this now, our server has restarted. And also, we are uploading our image to Cloudinary. So we missed importing Cloudinary as well. So after our product model, we need to import v2 as Cloudinary from Cloudinary package. Okay, now let's test. So if I click on send now, you can see success is true. Message product added successfully. And in our console, we are getting the object, the product data object, from the name to the description to the category to the price to the image and to the date. Okay, so now we've imported our product model, Cloudinary, we've defined our image, gotten our details from request.body. So this function is working. Next thing is the list product function. So for our list product now, we'll start with our try catch statements. And in our try block, we're going to fetch all products from the database. So we're going to have const products will be equal to await product model dot find. Open our brackets. We want to find all the objects, and we're going to generate a response dot JSON. The success will be true, and we're going to display all the products. If there's any error with our try block, our catch block will be responsible for that. We'll log the error in console, and we want to generate a response as well. Success would be false. Message would be error.message. Okay. Now let's test this as well. So for this, the API endpoint is, we're using the get method, and the API endpoint is /list. So back here, this is going to be /list, and we're going to use the get method because we want to fetch products. Let's make this bigger. Okay, if I click on send now, we should have all the products that has been added. We added just 2 products. Success true. This is the product array that includes all the objects. This is the first product and this is the second product, although they have the same name. So let's send other product as well using the post method, and we'll change the API endpoint to add. So we'll change this to testing name. We want to add more products. Price will be 14. Testing description, category would be drinks. We'll leave the image as it is. If I click on send here, this product has been added to cart. That means we have 3 products now. Let's say testing sample, and the price is 16. Testing sample. For the description, testing sample, and the category here would be chicken. We're just going to leave the image as it is. We'll click on send, product added successfully. Now let's see if we can get the 4 products from our database using the get method, and we'll change our API endpoint to be localhost port 4000/API/product/list. If I click on send now, we are going to get 4. Okay, this is the first one with the ID, the name, the price, the description, image. Because we're using the free version of Thunder Client, we're not able to send the actual image, but it's going to be saved in Cloudinary and we'll be able to extract it in our admin panel. Okay, this is category pizza. This is the date in real time. This is the same thing here. Now this is the third one, testing name, price here, description, the image, the category is drink, and the dates. The last one, testing sample, price is 16, description, category is chicken. As you can see, we're able to fetch the list of the products. So let's enlarge back and get back to coding. Now the next function that we need to work on is to remove products by ID. So we would continue with our try catch block, try catch statements. In the try block, we want to delete products by ID from our database. So it's going to be await product model dot find by ID and delete request dot body dot underscore ID. We want to get the product ID before we delete it. Then we generate the response once this is successful. So this is response.json success true, and the message would be products removed. If there's any error with our try block, our catch block is going to log the error in console and generate a response. So this is it right here. So let's test this now. Now we have the list of all the products here. So this is the first product, this is the ID. Let's say we want to delete this product here. So we'll add here to our JSON file. Let me cut this off. And let's recopy this. Now I'm going to copy this ID now. Then we'll head here to our JSON file. Then I'll cut this. Okay, so underscore ID in a quotes underscore ID, and we'll paste the ID of what we just copied. Then we'll go back to our product route. Let's see the method we're using. We're using post method. API endpoint is /remove. So we'll come here slash remove, and we're using the post method. We want to remove this product here that has the price of 12, description, testing description, category pizza. If I click on send, we should get the message success true, message product removed. Okay, you know we have two of these. If I click on send again, success is true, message product removed. The two products has been removed. Now if we want to get the list of all the products, initially we had 4 products that we've added. Now we should get just 2 products. So let's say we want to get the list of all the products, and I click on send. We're going to get 2. First is testing name, and the second will be testing sample. We've removed the product with this ID. Okay, let's say we want to remove this product here with the name testing sample. If we remove this, we're only going to be left with 1 product when we try to fetch the product list. So let me copy the product ID that we have here. I'm going to copy this and I'll replace it here. We're going to use the post method. Our API endpoint will be remove. If I click on send now, success is true, product has been removed. Now if we're going to get the list of all the products that we have, we'll be left with just 1 product. If I click on send, we're going to be left with 1 product. Okay, so this is just what we have now. We've deleted the products with the name, testing sample, the ID, and everything has been cleared from our system. So now we are able to remove products, get the list of products, add products. We'll come back to getting the detail of a single product. So I'm going to close everything that has to do with products, controllers, everything. Now we are going to create the model for reservation. So on the model folder, we create reservation model .js. So we'll start by importing Mongoose library to interact with MongoDB. So we're going to import Mongoose from Mongoose package. Then we'll define the schema for a user reservation in MongoDB. Const reservation schema will be equal to new mongoose dot schema, open our brackets, then we'll have our object. The name, we'll start with the name. The type will be string, required will be true, we'll add a comma. Then I'm just going to copy this for email, because the type will be string, required to be true as well. Then we're going to have phone number, Ctrl Z, phone. The type will be string, required to be true. The dates, type will be string, required to be true. The time, type string, required true. And the number of guests, type string, required true. After this, we're going to export the Mongoose model for reservation schema. So we're going to export defaults mongoose.model reservation, comma, reservation schema. After this, we're going to create our controller for reservation. We're going to have reservation controllers.js. In our reservation controllers.js, we're going to need our reservation model. So we need to import it first so that we will not forget it. Reservation. So we've already imported reservation models from reservation, and we're going to create all the necessary functions. First, we need to create an asynchronous function to create reservation. Then we'll create the function to get all reservations, and also the function to delete reservation by ID. So the first function to create reservation is going to be an asynchronous function, async, and the parameter is going to request and respond. Second is to get all reservations. So we're going to have const get all reservation. It's going to be async. Request parameters will be request and respond. And the third, const delete reservation will be equal to async requests and respond. Then we're going to export all the functions to be used in other parts of the application. Export create reservation, get all reservation, and then delete reservation. After this, we're going to create the route to enable us to have API endpoints for each of these functions. So in our route folder, we're going to create a new file, and we're going to name it reservation routes.js. In our reservation route, we'll start by importing express from express package. Import express from express package. Then we'll import all the necessary functions that we need from our reservation controllers. I'm just going to come here and copy, then paste it here. So from // controllers / reservation controllers.js, and we're going to create the router. Const router will be equals to express.router. Then we'll create the API endpoint, the router for each of them. So here, router dot, we'll use the post method. Then the API endpoint to create reservation will be / create, and we'll call the function create reservation. Router dot, we use the get method to get all reservation. This is going to be get. I prefer to use get. Okay, now to delete a reservation, router dot delete, open our bracket. Okay, this is supposed to be router, not route. API endpoints will be /delete /id. We need an ID for this. Then delete reservation function. Then we're going to export default router. So now we are going to set up the routes in our server.js for our reservation routes. So we'll come here after our product route. We're going to use app.use. And then we'll open our brackets right here. We'll open brackets. Then we'll pass our API endpoint slash API slash reservation, comma, reservation route. Routes. Okay, let's check here. Did we export it? We did. So reservations, we'll add an S. Let's just add an S to it. Reservation routes. And I'm going to import it here. Import reservation routes from /routes / reservation routes.js. Okay, so now we're going to test the endpoints. We're going to test this route now to see if we can access it. I will be using Thunder Client for that. So I'll open our Thunder Client. So here we want to test for this first one. Create reservation. Let's send the response. Let's generate the response. Response.json. Success. True. Then we'll pass a message. Reservation created. Okay, now for our endpoints here, to create reservation, we're going to use the post method. So here we select the post method, and our API endpoints will not be product / list. It will be reservation / this is to create all reservation. If we check our route again, the API endpoint is /create. So this is going to be /create. And if I click on send now, our server is still loading. Okay, so if I click on send now, we should get the message success true, message reservation created. If we test the endpoint for this as well, for this function, let me cut this here and we're going to put it in get all reservation. Reservation, let's say gotten. Right here, the endpoint will be get. To get all reservation. This is the route here, get, and we're going to be using the get method. So if I click on get method now, let our server start. If I click on send now, we're going to see message reservation gotten. Okay, so all of these functions are working. Now let's create the code, the logic that is going to enable all these functions work properly. So we'll start with the function to create our reservation, and we'll start with our try catch statement. In the try block, we'll start by destructuring reservation field from the request.body. So we're going to have const. We need the name, email, phone number, dates, time, and guests to be equal to request.body. Then we use an if statement to validate if any of the fields are missing. If they are missing, we're going to generate a response saying all fields are required. So we use an if statement to check if not name or not email, or not phone, or not date, not time, and not guests, or not guests. They want to generate a response saying that all fields are required. So we're going to return response.json success false message all fields are required. After validation, if all the fields are filled, we are going to create a new reservation instance using our reservation model. So I'm going to uncomment this. So right here, we're going to have const new reservation will be equal to new reservation open our brackets and we'll pass the name, email, phone number, dates, time and guests. Time, guests. And next thing is to save the new reservation to the database. So we're going to use await new reservation dot save method. So this is the function to create reservation. Now, if there's any error with our try block, our cat block is going to log the error in console. So we're going to log the error, and we'll generate a response as well. Response.json error.message. So here we're going to have, I'm going to cut this, Ctrl S, error will be error.message. Message will be error.message. Will be error.message. Now let's test the create reservation function. So open our, and here we want to create. We'll use the post method, and right here, let me minimize this so I can have a larger screen. Okay, so let's try using the form. The first field name is new. Let's say testing and email tests@gmail.com, and we'll have the phone number. Then we'll have the phone number. So phone, let us have like a random testing phone number. Then we'll have the date. So the dates, let's say 12th of 2025. The time, we're just going to pick 9 a.m. and guests, let's say 3. Let's click on send. Okay, so our server is going to restart. So let's try and make a change so that the server can restart. So now that we have a connection, if I click on send, okay, cannot the structure property name of requested body as it is undefined. Okay, so let's use JSON file. So now we're going to have name, we give it testing, email, we'll get test@gmail.com. Then we'll have phone, just a random number, and we'll have dates, which is going to be 12/05/2025, and we'll have time, let's say 9 a.m. and we'll have our guests, let's say 2. If I click on send now, let's see what we have. Right, so if I click on send, you can see message reservation created successfully, and the reservation, we have the name, the email, the phone number, the date, time, number of guests. So let's create another reservation. We're testing sample, and the email will be testing sample@gmail.com. Let's change the date to 16th, and this will be 12 a.m. or 1, I don't know, number of guests, let's say 6, and we click on send. We're going to get the same thing, reservation created successfully, and we're going to get the reservation. Okay, so now we're going to write the function to get all reservations that we have saved in our database. So right here, we start with our try catch statements, and in the try block, we are going to use Mongoose model to fetch all reservation documents from the database. So it's going to be const reservations will be equal to await reservation model dot find method, and after this we're going to send the fetch reservation back in the response. So we're going to have response.json reservations. If there is any error with our try block, our catch block would generate a response.json message error fetching reservations. Okay. So now we're going to test this. We're going to use the get method because in our routes we're using the get method, and to get a reservation, this is the API endpoint. So we head here in the get method /reservation/get. So if I click on send now, let me reduce this. We're going to get the 2 reservations that has been made. We're going to get all of the reservations that we have tested for. So we've been testing for all these reservations here. We've tested for this, for this, for this, for this, for this. But the one I tested, I recorded, are these 2. The name, this one here, testing and testing sample. Okay. So now the next thing is to create the function to delete a reservation by ID. So we're going to delete all these reservations. So we'll head back here. And in the function to delete reservation, we'll start with our try catch statement. So try catch. In the try block, we need to get the ID of the reservation from parameters. So const ID will be equals to request.params. And we're going to find the ID of that particular reservation, that specific reservation, and we'll delete it in our database. So we're going to use await reservation models dot find by ID and delete into brackets ID, and we'll generate a response.json. We'll generate a message reservation removed. If there's any error with the try block, the catch block will generate a response to inform us that there is an error, and the error would be error deleting reservation. Okay, so now we have the function to delete reservation. So we'll now move to the admin. I'm going to close everything that has to do with our backend, and we'll open our admin folder so that we can work on our admin. On the admin panel, I'm going to right click on the folder and open it in integrated terminal, and we're going to run this command: npm create vit at latest full stop. Then we press enter. We'll select our framework, which is React. Then we'll select the variant JavaScript. Now we'll run this command: npm install. So now that we've installed React package, let's install all the necessary packages that we need. We'd need Tailwind, we'd need React icon, and we also need Axios. So we'll visit the Tailwind CSS official website and also React icon, and we're going to install. We'll go to documentation. In the front end, we already installed Tailwind, so this will be an easy process. In your terminal, you paste what you're about to copy here. So we'll paste it here in the terminal, and we're going to install. And in our vit.config.cs file, we'll copy this line up, and I'm going to open this. I will paste it here. In our case, it's .js because we're using JavaScript. I'll copy the Tailwind CSS plugin as well, and I will paste it. After React, I will paste this right here. Okay, so our Tailwind is still installing, and in the CSS, we'll have this as well. So in our source folder, index.css, I'm just going to delete everything that is here, and I'll paste this. Then we'll run our terminal. Okay, we need to install React icon before we run our terminal. Okay, so Tailwind has been added. Now we'll install React icon. And we also need to install Toast container for Toast notification. So we'll install React Toastify. I'll click on copy the installation code. Then I'll paste it in the terminal. So while this is installing, I'm going to do our cleanup. RAFC to create React snippets. App.css, we're going to delete this. Okay, and our index.css, you can see React icon has been installed, Tailwind has been installed. In our index.css, we're going to change the title to Emerald Distro. Okay. And now we are going to style. Let's test if the CSS is working. So H1, I'll use this text, subscribe to my channel. Okay. So we'll style now, class name. Let's say text to Excel, font to be bold, and text color, let's use amber, 400. Now let's run the terminal. Before running the terminal, we need to install Axios. Okay, so npm install Axios. So now we've installed Axios. Let's see everything that we've installed. We have Axios, React icon, React router DOM, and Tailwind CSS. And we need to install React router DOM as well so that we can navigate between pages, because we're going to have the page to add products, the page to fetch product lists, and all of that. So React router DOM. So you visit the official website, then you copy the installation code as well, and we'll paste it in our terminal, React router DOM. Before we now open our terminal in our local browser. So once this has been installed, while all of this is installing, we are going to create our projects folder. So we installed Axios earlier. Axios is used to make HTTP requests to external API or backend service. So Axios helps us send, post, put, delete requests. It handles promises and synchronous data easily. So that is what we're going to be using Axios for, to make requests. It's going to undo requests from our API. Okay, so now that we've installed everything that we need, we're going to run npm run dev, and then I'll press enter. Okay, so this is the link. We'll click on follow link, but before clicking on follow link, you can see here that we have port 5173 is in use. Try using another one, and it's giving us this option to use this port 5174. And we're getting this because in our front end, this is our front end file, right? This is front end that we have here. Okay, the port is 5173, and now for our admin, it's giving us the option to use 5174. So now, before I click on the link, we need to ensure that our admin port remains as 5174 and the front end remains as 5173. So you click on vit.config.js. After this, you're going to have server, and we're going to set the port to 5174. Okay, so our server is going to restart now. I'm going to copy this, and I'll do the same for the front end. And the front end server will be 5173. Okay, so we've created the server like this. Now this server has been restarted, so I'm going to stop this server now, and I'm going to run the command npm run dev again. Okay, so we'll click on this now, and this is what we're going to have. Remember, we've started with Tailwind CSS, and the text that we have here is subscribe to my channel. If you have not subscribed to my channel, please do. So now we can get started with writing other codes that matter. Now that we have everything, in our source folder, we'll create the file, a folder, and the folder name will be components. Then we'll create another page, and we'll name it pages. Then for our assets, we need, I'll delete this, we need an image that is going to represent the upload. So we need this image. I'm going to copy this image now and paste it in the asset folder. Now in our components, we're going to create every component that matters that we're going to use. So I'll create a new file. The first one will be login.gsx, then refc to create React snippets, and we're going to have sidebar as well, sidebar.gsx for our sidebar. Then in the pages, we're going to have the add menu page.gsx, refc, and we'll create another file for the admin table, which is also the reservation. .gsx refc, and we'll have the list menu as well. .gsx refc. Okay, so we'll start with the login page. We'll start with our login page. So let me cancel what we have here, and I'm going to mount the login component here. Login. Okay. So before that, we need to define our backend URL, right? So we're going to have const backend URL, but we want to use it in other parts of our application. So we use exports const backend URL to be equal to our backend address, which is http://localhost port 4000. Okay, so now let's create our login page. For the login page, let me delete this. We'll create our div tag, and in the div tag we'll have another div tag. Then we'll have an h1 tag that will take this text admin login. After the h1 tag, we'll now have our form tag. And in between the form tag, we'll have two div tags. So let's just have the first one, div tag here, and we'll have a p tag. The p tag is going to take email address, and then we'll have our inputs for texts. The email address, inputs for email, sorry, inputs for email. We'll have our placeholder enter email, and also it's going to be required. Then we are going to have our password input field. So I'm going to copy this div here, and I'm going to paste it here, and this is going to be password. Input, the type is going to be password as well, and the placeholder will be enter password. Okay, after these two div, we'll have our button. It's a submit button, and the text will be login. Okay, so this is what we have. Okay, so this is what we have now. Now let's start our login. So we'll start with this div tag, class name, display will be flex, justify, center, all the items will be at the center. Minimum height will be the screen size, and the background color will be gray, 100. Then the next div tag here, we have class name, background color will be white. We'll have a medium shadow, and we'll have a border, a large border around it, rounded LG. PX will be 8, PY will be 6, and the width will be 4. Width full, max width will be empty. Now for the H1 tag, we have our class name, text will be 2XL, fonts bold, text to be at the center, and the text color will be gray, 800, margin bottom will be 4. Then for this div tag that we have here, the margin bottom will be 4. So we have class name, margin bottom 4. The p tag, let's select this. Okay. So class name, text to be small. The font will be semi-bold. Text color will be gray. 600. Those are the space. Okay, and we'll have a margin bottom of 2. And for our input field, class name. The width will be 95%. PX will be 3, PY will be 2. We'll have a border, and the border color gray 300. Once a border radius around it, the text will be small. On focus, outline will be none. And on focus, the border color will be gray 800. So focus, border, gray 800. Okay. So we're going to use the same styling here for the second div tag. So I'm just going to copy this and paste it here. This p tag as well. We'll do the same. We'll copy this and I'll paste it here where we have the p tag. And I'll do the same thing for the input field because we're using the same styling. So I'll just copy it from here and I'm going to paste it right here. Now we'll start with the button. So here we'll have class name. The width will be full. PX will be 3. PY will be 2. The text will be large. The font will be bold. The background color will be amber. 500. And we'll have rounded empty. So now this is what we have. So the next thing we're going to do now is to create a state variable and a setter function that would hold email, that will store email, and a setter function that will update email when there's a change. We'll do the same for password and set password. So we're going to have const email, set email will be equal to use state. By default, we want it to store nothing. Then we have const password, setter function, set password. By default as well, use state, it will store an empty string. Okay. Then on each of the input fields for both email and password, let's start with email. Right here, we are going to bind the value with the state variable that we have. So value here will be the email, and we use an onChange method to update the input when there is a change using the set email. When there's a change in value using the set email. So we're going to have onChange if an event occurs, which is if there's a change, set email to e.target.value. Do the same for passwords. Value will be password. Change method to update any changes that is being made. Call our events. Set password will be e.target.value as well. Okay. Next thing on the list is our sidebar. Let me cancel every other page that is open. List menu, index.css. Now to our sidebar. So in the sidebar, I'll clear this one. We'll use a div tag. We'll start with a div tag here. And in this div tag, we'll have an h2 tag. And it's going to take the title Emerald Bistro. After this div tag here, we'll have another div tag that will contain our nav link. So we'll use nav link from React Router DOM. So let me import. I'm going to import nav link from React Router DOM. Okay, to ensure that there's no error, we need to wrap our application. We need to wrap browser router around our application. So I'm just going to delete the strict mode that we have here. Turn this to a comment, and here we'll have browser router from React Router DOM. and we'll wrap it around our application. Okay, since we're already using navlink from React Router. Okay. Then in our navlink, we're going to have icons and text. So the first icon would be circle outline. Let's see. We've installed React icon, so okay, so it's not giving me what I want. So I'm just going to type in the entire thing. IOMD add circle outline. Okay, that's correct. And we're going to close this, and then we'll have a p tag that would say add menu. Okay, this is for the first navlink. We're yet to set the paths where the navlink will lead us to, so we're going to come back to that after we have set up our route in our app.jsx. Okay. After this, we are going to have another navlink that will lead us to the lists menu. We'll have navlink again, and for this we're using the list bullets add icon. So let me see, lists bullets. Add. Okay. From MD. So okay, the best thing is I have these icons already, so I'm just going to paste it right here. Okay, this is the icon, and then the name would be menu lists. Okay, then we'll have the third link, nav link. There should be a space in between all of this so that our code will not be jam packed. Then our icon here will be for, we're going to use the same icon for this list since we're getting reservation lists. And our p tag, the text will be reservations. After the nav link, then we'll have a button to log out. And in the button, we'll use the logout icon. And this is the text. And we'll have a p tag that would say log out. Okay, now we need to import all of these icons. Okay, I'm just going to paste them here. If you're wondering where I'm getting these icons, visit the official website here. You visit reacticons.github. Okay, you visit this website, reacticons.github.io/reacticons. You're going to see several icons that you can choose from based on what you want to use it for. Okay, so we have like several icons here that you can use. So this is where I'm getting all of these icons that I'm using. So like the list icon now, bullets. Okay, if I just type in bullets or I just type in list, I'm going to get, so this is the icon that I'm using for the list icon. You're going to copy this, paste it at the upper section of your code. I've done that. And you're going to copy the icon tag and paste it wherever you need it, which is the same thing that I've done here. Okay, so let's use another icon for the reservation, right, so that you can understand what I'm talking about. Let's say I want to use this icon for our reservation. I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to paste it right here. Then I'll copy the icon tag and I'm going to paste it where I need it. So here I need this for reservation. I'm going to paste it here. Okay. Right, and we're going to have this icon. Okay, it's that simple. Just visit the official website, type in whatever you want, and there are several icons that you can choose from. So let's continue with our project. Now that we have our sidebar, I'm going to mount it here, but we're still going to do some restructuring. But for now, let's see what we are doing. So our sidebar would be in our app.jsx. So this is what we have in the sidebar. Okay, so let's do some restructuring before we now start to style the sidebar. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is to ensure that the user is logged in before they can access our sidebar. Okay, And to ensure that the user is logged in, we need to get their token, because while we were testing at the backend for admin login, we generated a token for the admin that has the correct credentials, which is the email and password. So right here in our app, we're going to create a variable that would hold that token and a setter function to update the token when it changes. And by default, use state, we want to save our token in our local storage. So we're going to have local storage dot get item. I want to get the token or nothing, an empty string. Okay, then we're now going to use effects to create a function. Then we would call our local storage dot set item, our token, token, and we'll pass token as a dependency array. Okay. So now the logic behind this is to ensure that the user is able to log in before they can access the sidebar, right? So right here, we're going to use a ternary operator to check if token is available. We want to display the sidebar. If it is not, if the token is empty, the user must log in. So here we're going to have token is empty, right? Then we want to do this, and if it is not, we want to do this. Okay, so for the first this, if it is not empty, is to, if it is empty, is to log in, and if it is not, we want to display the sidebar. That means if right here, if the token is empty, ask the user to log in or prompt the user to log in. If it is not, we want to do this next bracket, which is to display the sidebar. But for the sidebar, we'll have a div tag because we're going to style that as well. Then we're now going to display the sidebar. So I'm going to cut this here and have the sidebar in the div tag. Okay. Now for the sidebar as well, we need to define our routes. We need to set it up because for the sidebar, we're going to be able to navigate to different pages through the sidebar, like the add menu page, list menu page, reservation page, and all of that. So we're going to come here, we'll create another div tag. Then we'll set up our routes. So routes from React Router DOM. Then for each route without an S, the parts here, this will be add elements. We're going to render our add menu page and we'll pass token to it as well. Token will be token. So to add to the menu, token must be available. Okay, then we'll close this. So we need to import routes without an S. Then we'll do for the next page routes. The parts here will be to get the lists. Elements will be equal to lists. Right, let's close this. And we'll close this as well. And we need the token as well. So token will be equal to token. Close this. Then for the table page, which is the reservation routes, the parts is to table, and our elements will be equal to, open our curly braces, admin table. We'll close this. We'll close this. Then we'll head back to, for our token will be equals to token. So now we need to ensure we have our login already. So let's make sure that the login component is functional. We click on login.jsx, and right here I'm going to pass set login as the parameter. Right here we're going to have set login, set token, set token. Okay. And after this, we need to ensure that user is able to submit the login, and also the backend is able to verify it. So create a function that's going to handle that. Const. I'll name the function on submit handler. And it's going to be an asynchronous function. We'll pass our event as parameter. First, we need to use our try catch statements, and in the try block, the first step is to stop the form from refreshing after each submission. Prevent the faults. Then we're now going to make a post request to submit our email and password to our backend URL, and we'll concatenate it to the API endpoint. So we're going to have const response will be equal to await axios.posts. Oh, come on. Axios dot Axios dot. We use our post method. Then we get our backend URL from app. It has imported here. Ensure that this has been imported. Okay, we've already defined it here. Backend URL, and we'll concatenate it with our API endpoint, which is code/API/user/admin, and we'll send the email and password. Okay. If it is successful, we'll use an if statement. If it is successful, if response.data.success sets the token to response.data.token .data.token. Also, we need to log the response in our console even before generating. So response here. And if there's any error with our try block, our cat block will handle it. So log in the console error. Okay, so if this is, let me remove this console. Control X. Okay. So if response.data.success, if we're able to generate a response, we want to set the token to response.data.token. If we're not, so let's have an else statement here. We want to display toast error. Toast.error, although we have to set up our toast.error. We're going to set that up now. Response.data.message. Else. ELSE. Right. Okay. Now let's set up our toast notification. So right here, let's import toast container from React Toastify, and we're going to have our toast container here. Okay, so we can now use this here, and we're going to import toasts from React Toastify. Okay, so now we've created the function that is going to undo submitting the form, and now all we need to do is to use the submit method to submit, and we're going to call the function that we just created on submit handler. We'll call this function. Now let's try logging in and see if we log in, then the sidebar is going to be displayed. Okay, so now in our app.gsx, we added all of this, we mounted all of these components, but we did not import them here. So we need to import add menu from /pages/add menu. We need to import list menu from dots / pages / list menu, and we still need to import the admin table as well. Import admin table from dot / pages / admin table lists menu. Okay, let's see, admin table, that's the same thing that we have here. Okay, the n, we're missing the n. So now that we've done that, in our login we're going to call set token to set token, and also for our sidebar, to ensure that we have a token, we set token as well. Okay, so now you can see that because there's no token available, we have the login page. Okay, so now if we log in with our details that we're going to get from our env file in the backend, you know, that is where we saved all our sensitive information. This is the admin email. I'll copy it and then I'll paste it in the email address, and this is the admin password. I'll copy this as well and then paste it here. If I click on login now, so once the login is successful, it will lead us to this sidebar here. Then the next thing we need to do, okay, I made a very small change. Instead of using the actual code that we had, that we're using token equals to null, then display login. I'm just going to do not token. If it is not, like, if token is not available, it's still the same thing, right? If token is not available, display the login form, and if it says display the sidebar, because token is available, we're able to see the sidebar. Okay, so now we're going to style this page here. So we're going to style class name. The background color for this will be white. The minimum height will be our screen size, and also the div that we have here. Class name display here will be flex. The width will be full, and for the sidebar we'll have our class name. The width will take 70% of our screen. Margin left, we'll set a margin left of maximum 5 VW, 25 pixels, and we'll have MY will be 8, margin on y-axis. All text will be black, text black, and the text size will be this. So now we're going to start our sidebar, and also right here we already add our token here. So in the sidebar as well, we're going to pass set token. Okay, so we'll start styling the sidebar. So class name, the width will take 22. Oh, class name, the width will take 22%. 22%. Minimum height will be our screen size. We'll have a border on the right, and we'll set it to 2. Or there should be a space between that, and the border color will be gray. So border gray 200. We'll set the background color of the sidebar to white. And then for this div tag, we'll have our class name. Margin top, we'll set it to 4. PX will be 6. And our H2 tag, class name. Oh, class name. The same goes for this. So I'm going to cut this control guys. Class name. Okay, so let's continue. For our H2 tag, we'll set the text to 32 pixels, and the fonts will be bold. And for the div tag here that wraps all the link, we'll style this. Display will be flex direction colon, we'll have a gap of 4, padding top of 6. Then for the nav link, we're going to start the nav link at once. So I'm just going to highlight this nav link here, then select all. Oh, okay. It's going to select the closing tag as well, so I'm not going to do that. I'm going to start the first one, then copy and paste to the rest. So here, class name. Okay. Display will be flex. Items will be at the center with a gap of 3. PX will be 6. PY will be 3. We'll have a border at the bottom, border bottom 2, and border color, border gray, 200. Text to be gray, 600. And when you hover on it, we want to the background color. Let's give it amber, 500. And if you hover as well, I want to change the text color to white. Okay. Now the icon as well, I'm going to style it. Okay. So for this nav link, before we continue, we need to set the paths where the nav link is going to lead us to. So for the first one, this is going to lead us to our ad page. We've already done that route here. We've set up our route here. So if you click on this link, whether it's the icon, if you click on this entire thing, it's going to lead you to the ad page. Okay, back to styling. For the icon, we'll style class name. Text size will take 35 pixels. Text color will be black. Now for the p tag, okay, I already did the styling. I don't know if I recorded it, but this is the styling for our p tag. This is the styling that we're going to use. So I'm going to copy this here for the nav link, and I'll paste it. And the second nav link, I'll paste it on the third. Okay, and for the icon as well, I'm going to copy the styling, and I'll paste it here, and I'll paste it here as well, and I'll paste it here as well, the logout icon. Okay, and also the p tag, the third p tag, I'm going to paste the styling here and the styling, the same thing here. Now we need to style the button, right? So we'll have our class name, display will be flex, items, center, gap will be 3, px will be 6, py will be 3. We'll have a border at the bottom, border bottom 2, border gray, 200, text will be gray, 600. And when you hover on it, the background color should be amber, 600. If you hover, the text color should be white, and the width will be full, text on the left. Okay, so this is what we have now. This is the ad page, this is the list page. Okay, we need to add all of the direction where the nav link will take us to. So here, this will take us to the lists route. This will be to the table route, the table page. I mean, ensure that the nav link route matches with the parts that you have set while setting up, the parts that you defined while setting up your route. Okay, ensure that they are matching. Okay, so if I click on it now, you can see the URL has changed and the page as well has changed. If I click on reservation, this is showing me the admin table page. If I click on add, this is showing me the add page. Now for logouts now, I'm going to use an click method. So here on click method to call our function. Let's add space so that our code will look very neat. So set token. We want to set our token to empty string. Okay, we're no longer saving anything in the token. That means the user, the admin, will log out. Now that we're done with sidebar, we're going to create our add menu so that we can add items to our menu. In our add menu, remember that in our app.js we passed token here to add menu, so we're going to receive it as well. So okay, we're going to use it later on. Okay, so in our add menu, we'll start with our form. I'm going to delete this action here. We'll come back to the form, then we'll create a div tag, and in the div tag we'll have a p tag, and it's going to take this text, upload image. Okay, and after that, after this div tag, we're now going to create. Okay, so the upload image is supposed to be outside the div tag. No, it's correct. Okay, upload image in the div tag. After this p tag, we'll create another div tag. In this div tag, we'll have our label, and this is label for image. In the label, we're going to have our img tag. So in the image, we're going to check if the image is not available. That is if not image, which is what we're going to use to write the code. We're going to use a default placeholder image that I'm going to import very soon to represent the image. And if the image is selected and uploaded, we're going to create a temporary URL for the selected image, allowing it to be previewed before uploading. Okay, so that's what we're going to do now. So I'm going to import what we're going to use as a proxy, and here it is. Import upload image from asset folder / upload image .png. So that's what we're going to use as proxy. Okay, so let's close this and let's continue. Now we'll have our curly braces, and if not image, as I explained earlier, if no image is available, we use our curly braces. Then we'll use upload image as a proxy, and if it is available, we want to generate a URL for the image so that we can have a peek of what the image looks like before uploading the image. Okay, after this image tag, we're going to have our input field, and in the input field, the type will be file. Okay, and the ID would be image, and it will be hidden. And after our label tag and the div tag, we're going to create another div tag. We'll have a p tag, and the p tag will be product's name. After this p tag, we're going to have an input field for the texts. So the type is going to be texts. The placeholder will be enter product name, and it's going to be required. Sorry guys, I have a little running nose. Okay, required. Yeah, then we'll have another div tag. We'll have our p tag that will take the text product description, and then an input field of the type text as well. The placeholder would be enter product description. Okay, and this as well will be required. Then after this, we're going to create a div tag. And the div tag will create another div tag. In this div tag, we have a p tag. And the p tag will take this text, product category. Then in the products category, we're going to have our select tag. Okay. In the select tag, we're going to have our options. Option, 7 options. So the first one, all. Second will be spaghetti. The third will be pizza, so that we can filter on the front end. Okay. The fourth will be rice. The fifth will be noodles. And this will be chicken. And here we're going to have drinks. Okay. So after this div tag here, we'll now create another div tag. And our p tag is going to be product price. And then we'll have our inputs. And the type will be number because we want to enter a number. Placeholder will be 30. Let's just give it 40. It's just a placeholder. Then after these two div tags, we'll have our button. And it's going to be a submit button. So the type will be submit. And here we're going to have add menu. Okay, if we check our page now, we're running into a little error. So let's debug. We'll head back to console. Reference error, image is not defined. That is very true. We need to define our image. And by doing so, we need to define other properties that we're going to need. So first, we're going to create a state variable that's going to hold image and a set of functions to update the image whenever the image changes. So we're going to have const in lowercase, const image, set of function set image. And by default, use state, we're going to set the image to null. So if we head back here, we're not going to see any error again because we've already defined our image. So this is what we have now. Upload, this is the default if no image has been selected, right? Now, if we select this image, you're going to see the overview. Once it's selected, this is the section for products and product description, prices. We're going to style this so that you can see the category, product price, you can increase, and the button to add menu. If you click on this button now, with none of this field, you're going to see a message showing you that you need to fill out each of the fields. So let's style. Then after styling, we're now going to create a menu. We're going to add menu and send it to our backend. Okay. So before styling as well, we need to do something which is going to be very simple. What we're going to do is to create a state variable that is going to hold name, description, price, and category, and also a set of function to update the name, description, price, and category. Okay, and then we're going to bind it with the input field and also use an unchanged method to update our input field whenever a change is made in the field. So after the image here, we're going to have const name, comma, set name, use state would be an empty string. Then we're going to have a description const description, comma, set description, use state, an empty string as well. Oh, this is supposed to be a form of array. No, Ctrl Z. Okay. Then for price as well, const price, set a function set price to be equal to use state. It's going to be an empty string as well. Then we'll have, lastly, we'll have the category, const category, come on, category, Setter function set category. By default, the state should be all category. Okay, I just remember that we missed something. So if we check here now, you can see that we have nothing to display. This is because we have nothing in the text. We only created the value, so we have nothing for the text tag to show. So I'm going to copy all the things that we have here and paste it in between the tags. Copy for pizza, paste it here. Copy for rice, paste it here. Noodles as well, paste. Chicken, come on, chicken, my fave. Paste it here. Drinks, we'll paste it here as well. Okay, so if we check now, we have something to select from. Alright, so back to our code. We'll head over to each of the input fields. Right, and then we're going to bind the value with the state variable here, and then we'll update the inputs using onChange method if to update it if there is any change. So here we'll start with the image. We'll call the onChange method. If there's any events, that means if there's any changes, set image should be e.target.files, the first file. Okay, and then for the second one, which is the name, we'll bind the value with name, and we'll use an onChange method, pass this, and we'll call set name to update if there's any e.target.value, if there's any changes made. For description as well, the value will be description onChange set description to e.target.value. Now to our category, in our select tag, we'll bind the value with category as well. Then if there's any change, we use our change method to update the category. So set category will be e.target.value. And for our price as well, so right over here, the name, the value, same name, the value will be price, and we use our change method. Okay, then we'll call set price e.target.value. Okay, so now that we've done this, now we can now style comfortably. So let's start styling. We'll start with from the top. For the form, class name, display will be flex direction will be colon, items starts, we'll have a gap of 1, and then we have the image. For the image, that's down, the width will be 32, so will be pointer. Then for our inputs, okay, for this input field, we're not going to style because it's hidden anyways. Next is this div tag that we have here. Okay, class name, the width will be full, and the p tag that we have, class name, margin bottom will be 2, the text will be 22 pixels. Okay, and then for our input field as well, let's just add it here. Class name, the width will be full, max width will take 500 pixels, padding will be 4, we'll have a border, And the border color will be gray 300. And it will be rounded. Okay. And then we're going to use the same styling for this. I'm just going to copy this that we have here. And I'm going to paste it here. The P tag as well. I'm going to copy this and I'll paste it here as well. And for the input field, we're using the same styling. So I'll just come here, copy to where the styling stops, and I can just paste it here. Now for the category and price now, I'll have a class name. Display will be flex wrap. We'll have a gap of full. The width will be full. Now for the second div tag, we have our class name. Minimum width will take 200 pixels. Now for the P tag, margin bottom will be 2. The text size will take 22 pixels. Okay, now for our select tag, we'll style this as well. Class name, the width will be full. The max width will be 500 pixels. 500. Padding will be 3. We'll have a border around it, and the border color gray 300, and the text will take 16 pixels, and we'll have a border radius around it, so rounded. Then to the price, style this as well. Class name, margin bottom 2. Text size 22 pixels. The input field that we have here for price, style, class name, the width will be full. Class name, the width will be full. Max width 120 pixels. Padding will be 4. Border color, we'll have a border, then we'll set the border color to gray 300. Then we'll add the border radius around this as well. Then we'll style our button. We'll have our class name. Margin top will be 6. PX will be 20. PY will be 3. The background color will be amber 500. We want a border radius around it. And when you hover on it, opacity should be 90. Okay. So now this is what we have. You can upload image, the name, the products, all of this, and the price, then our call to action button. So now we need to add products to our database. Okay, so now I'm going to create the function that is going to handle submitting our form, then sending a post request to the product to send in our form data. Okay, so let's create our product, our function. I'm going to name it on submit handler. And it's going to be an asynchronous function. Our parameter is going to be event. We need to prevent the default form submission behavior, so we have e.prevent prevent default. Then we use our try catch statement. In the try block, we're going to create a new form data object to send our form data in multi-part formats. So I'm going to have const form data will be equal to new form new form data. Come on. Okay, then we're going to add the product name, add description, add price, add category, add image using the append method. So we're going to have form data dot append name. We'll pass the name. instead of having to type, I'm just going to put this. I'll just be changing all of this. So next will be the description, right? Description. Then we'll have the price. We're going to add the price. So Ctrl D, price. And we'll have our category. Category. After the category, we're going to use an if statement to check if the image is selected, then we're going to add our image. So here we're going to have if image, then from data dot append image, comma image. Okay. So after this now, after we've prepared our form data already, what we're going to do now is to send a post request to add products to the database. So we need to have const. Oh, come on. I think we should just remove the if statement because the image will obviously be selected by the admin. But then, okay, let's still leave it. Okay. So const response be equal to a width. We use Axios from Axios package, which is used to make HTTP requests. And here we're using the post method because we defined it at the backend when we're setting up the routes for this API. So we use our backtick, then followed by a $sign and the backend URL. We'll be getting from app /API /products. This is the API endpoint to add /add. Then we'll add our comma. Then we'll send in our form data. Then we need to include the authentication token in our request header. So here, headers token. Okay. Next thing that needs to be done is to check if the request was successful. Then we'll generate a toast response, and then we'll reset the input field after successful submission. And if it isn't, we'll generate a toast error as well. So I'm just going to use an if-else statement. So the first condition, if response.data.success toast.success will be response.data.message, the message that we've already prepared at the backend. And then we'll reset our input field, reset name to empty, then we'll set description as well to empty, set price to empty, set image as null as well. And then our else statements will generate a toast.error response.data.message. Okay, we need to look out for some things. We need to ensure that toast has been imported, which has not. So we're going to import toast from React Toastify. If there's any error with our try block, our catch block is going to log the error in the console and also generate a toast message. Toast.error will be error.message. Okay, now that we have our function, it's going to undo submission, resetting, and also sending our form data to the backend. We're going to bind it with the form. So here we'll use the onSubmit method to call the function onSubmit handler. So now let's try adding. So we'll come here, we're going to select this. You see now that we can view the image, you can preview the image before uploading. And our product name, I'm just going to give this noodles, testing noodles. And here we're just going to have like some random description. We'll select the category noodles, and I'm going to set the price. Then we'll click on add menu button. Okay, so before it was showing unauthorized user because I actually logged out. Okay, so now I'll try adding again, and we have product added successfully. Let me add another one. And we're going to have soft, I don't know what to name this. Let's just say soft drink, and we're going to have description, coin, devices. This is going to be drinks, and let's say this is like $13. If I click on add menu now, we're going to have a notification that says product added successfully. So if we head here now to our MongoDB and we click on browse collection, it's going to lead you to a new page. You see we have our products and reservations, right? The two models that we've created. Now for products, while we were testing, we added this products testing name, the price, 14, testing description. The image was replaced with a placeholder. Now, this is the second product that we're adding now. We have the ID, we have the name, testing noodles, price is 12, description, this dummy description, the image. We generated the secure URL for Cloudinary. So this is the image here, as you can see, the link. Then the category is noodles and the dates. This is the third one that we've added now, the ID, the name, the price, the description, the image. If I click on this now, if I copy this URL that we have here, it's going to lead me to the same image. So let's say I want to copy this. Is there need? I don't know. Let's say I want to copy the entire thing. I'm just going to highlight everything, and then I'll copy it. Then on a new page, I'm going to paste it. If I click on enter, it's going to display that particular image for me, okay, in my Cloudinary storage. So very amazing. Okay, let's continue. For our reservation, if I click on reservation, the model, we have nothing. Oh, we should have. Okay, yeah, we added several reservations while we were testing. If you remember this testing sample, test at gmail.com, test. Okay, so our ad page is working. Now we need to generate. Next thing is our list page. We want to be able to view all our menu in a tabular form. So let's get to that. So I'm going to close the admin menu. Then I'm going to open the lists menu. So in the list menu, the first thing that we're going to do is to create a state variable that is going to store the lists and a setup function to update the list. But before that, we need to get our token as well. So right here, we'll create our state variable, cost, lists, setup function to update the list, set list, and by default, it's going to be an empty array. Now, let's design the UI for our list. Bar. So we'll create a p tag. The p tag will be menu lists. Right. And after the p tag, we'll have a div tag. In the div tag, we'll have one div tag. We're going to have bold, 6 bold tags. The first one will take the image. The second would take the name of the menu item. The third will take category. The fourth will take the price. The fifth will take action. Okay, I think it's just 5 that we need. We need image, name, category, and description. Image, name, category, price, description. Yes, I'm going to delete this other boot tag that we have. Okay. And after this div tag, we would now display our. We would now display the lists. But before we can display, we need to fetch the lists, right? So we're going to write the function that's going to undo fetching lists. I'll name the function fetch list. Costs fetch lists, and it's going to be an asynchronous function with no parameter. We use our try cat statement. In our try block, we'll make a get request to generate all the lists that we have in our database. So we're going to have const response will be equal to await axios dot get method. We'll call our backend URL, and then we'll concatenate it with our API endpoint slash API slash products slash list. This is the endpoint to get products list. Then we'll send our token as well. So headers, or it should be lowercase. Headers will be token. Okay. Then we use an if statement to check if response dot data dot success will set the lists to response dot data dot product. Else, in case if otherwise, we want to display toast notification to display the message that we've already prepared in our backend, response dot data dot message. If there's any issue with our try block, our catch block is going to undo it. It's going to log it in console error. Okay, and we generate a toast message as well. Toast dot error would be error dot message, displaying the message that we've already prepared in the backend. So now, what we are now going to do is right here, before our return statement, we would use the use effects hook to call the function so that it will mount. It would run when the component mounts. So fetch list function, and we'll pass an empty array as a dependency array. Okay. First, let's see if we're able to get this. So in this other div tag, this is a closing div tag, right? Then we create a div tag, but before that, we're going to map over the lists. That's map. Remember that we're getting the list from our response. That's why we're setting set list response.data.product. List.map. We're just going to do it directly. Item, pass our index number. Then we'll create the div tag. Div closing tag as well, div tag, and the div tag for each of this. Okay, let me separate this. We're going to pass a key for each of the lists, and it's going to be index. Here we'll have the image, and the image will be item.image as we have it, .image. Then we'll have the name. We use a p tag for that. Item.name. Then we'll have another p tag. Item.category. And then we'll have our price as well. Item.price. Then our delete button. Our delete icon, I said button. So delete, we're going to use this icon, ensure that it is imported here. Okay, so now let's see if this code is going to work. Okay, so you can see that we're able to generate the lists. Okay, the name, the category, the price, the delete icon, the image. For the second one as well, the name, the category, the price, and the delete icon, which is the same thing that we have in our database, right? The two products that we've been able to add is supposed to be 3. Remember that we deleted this while we're testing. So now we have 2. Okay, while we're testing, we added this one. Okay, now we are getting the latest 2 because we added it in the main panel, not while testing. So this is what we have now. So we're going to style this so that it's going to look good, and then we're going to write the function to enable us to delete from the admin. So we'll start our styling. We'll start with the p tag. Have the class name. Margin bottom will be 2. Fonts will be bold. and the text size will be 2XL. Then for our div tag, we'll have our class name. Display will be flex colon gap will be 2. And for this div tag here, class name, display will be grid goals. You have to be careful here. So this will be 1FR underscore 3FR underscore 1FR underscore 1FR underscore 1FR. Okay, I want all the items at the center, so we're going to have items center. Padding will be 2. We'll definitely have a border around it. It's going to be border bottom 2, and the border color will be gray 300. The text will be large, and the fonts will be semi-bold. Okay, now for the action that we have here, class name, text will be at the center. Then for the div tag that we have here, we're going to use the same styling with the one that we have above. So I'm just going to copy everything, but the font will not be semi-bold. So we'll stop at text large, and we're going to paste this here. Oh, what have I done? Come on. Control Z. Let's see. Let's copy it again. Okay. Now I understand. Alright. I'll paste it. We need to close the quotes. Okay. Then for the image, we'll style this. Class name. The width will be 50 pixels. 50 pixels. The height will be auto. And for the icon, we're going to style this as well. Class name. The margin left will be 10. Text size will be 28 pixels. Cursor will be pointer. Cursor pointer. And the text will be red 700. Okay, let's see what we have. Okay, so this is what we have. This is the one we added while we are testing with no image, that we replace the image with the place card, the category, the price, and the action. Okay, this looks all good. The more we have, the more we get it in our menu list. Okay, so this is working. Next is our reservation. So I'm going to close the list menu, and now I'm going to open our admin table, which is going to serve as our reservation. For the admin table, we're going to create a set variable that is going to store our reservation and would initialize it with an empty array, and the setter function that's going to update the state. So I'm going to name this reservations. Setter function sets reservations. We'll initialize it with an empty array. An empty array. So here we're going to do something different. We'll create the function first. So I'm going to use effects to run the function. So here we'll use effects. Then we'll create an asynchronous function to fetch reservation from our backend. So we're going to name this const fetch reservations. It's going to be an async. Okay, without a parameter. So we use our try catch statement. In our try block, we'll make a get request to the backend API to fetch all our reservations. So we have const response will be equal to await axios from axios package dot get method in our backend URL from app, and we'll concatenate it with our API endpoint slash API slash reservations slash get. Then we'll set reservations to response dot data. Okay, but first we should also log in the console to get all of the reservations. So response.data as well in our console. If there's any error with our try block, our catch block will lock the error in console, and we should display error fetching reservations. Then would call the fetch reservation function. So here, fetch reservation function, and we'll pass an empty array as a dependency array. So let's see if we're able to fetch our reservation in the console before we display it in our UI that we are about to design now. So we're on the reservation page, displaying admin table. Then we inspect, we want to check in our console, and I'll click on console. We should be getting an array. You can see we have an array. This is all the reservation testing that we made, and this is the last one, testing sample. Okay, so this is working now. We can now display this as a table. So right here, we'll have our h2 tag, h2, and it's going to display restaurants reservations. Right, and we'll have a div tag. In that div tag, we'll have a table. In the table, we'll have a table head. And the table head will have a row for the table. Then we'll have the th tag. Okay, Ctrl Z, th times 7, 17 table header. The first one will take name, NAME. What is this? The second will take email. The third will take phone. The fifth will take the dates. The sixth will take time. The seventh will take guest. I think I'm missing count. And the last one will take deletes. After the table header, we'll now have the table body. In the table body, this is where the conditional rendering would occur. We're going to check if there are no reservation. That means if the length of the reservation is 0, we're going to display a message that says no reservation found. Otherwise, we're going to mark through the array and display each reservation in a table row. So here, we're going to have reservations dot length equals 0. We use a ternary operator to do that. If it is equals 0, we want to do this. If it is not, we want to do this. Okay, so let's deal with if it is equal 0. In a table row, we want to display a table data with the text no reservations found. Okay, and the table data will have our call span 7. Okay, and if there is something in the reservation, if the reservation is found, if it is more than, we're going to look through each one using the map method. So we're going to have reservations.map, open our brackets, reservations, comma, index. Okay, then we're going to display the row first. In the table row, we now have the table data times 7. In the table row, each row must have a unique key. So I'll pass key, and it's going to be index. Okay, and the first table data, better still, let me select it all. So this is going to be reservation dot something. The first one is going to be dot name. The second will be dot email. The third will be phone. The fourth will be dates. The fifth will be time. The sixth would be guests. And the last one would be the delete button. So we'll have a button to delete, and it will take this text, delete. Now let's style all of this because we're already able to get our reservations. Okay, so class name, minimum height is the screen. Then for the h2 tag, the text will be 3XL, font will be bold, and our text color will be gray 700. Text will be at the center, and our margin bottom would be 6. Now for the div tag here, we have our class name, overflow on x-axis will be also. The table head, we have our class name, the width will be full, shadow will be large, and a border radius around it, rounded excel, just a small one. Then for our table row, the background color will be amber 500, and the text will be at the left, text left. Then for each of the th tag, we'll have a class name, padding will be 3. Now to this, code span is 7. We want to ensure that it spans across all the columns. So we're going to have a class name. That's why we have code span as 7. Padding will be 4, and text will be at the center. Now, right here, border will be B. Border will be at the bottom, and when you hover, the background color will be gray 50. Okay, there shouldn't be a space between this. Okay. Now for this as well, for this table data here as well, we're going to add a padding. So we have our class name, padding will be 3. Then for the button, Ctrl Z would style. The background color will be red 500. The text color will be white. PX, padding on x-axis 3. PY will be 1. Rounded. And then when you hover on it, the background color will be red 600. Okay, this is what we have. This is all the 11 reservations that we've made. Okay, so let's delete most of them. We're going to write the function to delete. So we'll head up here. Before our use effect, we're going to write the function. Okay, and I'm going to name the function undo delete. It's going to be an asynchronous function, and the parameter is going to be the ID, because that's what we want to use to delete. We use our try catch statement. In the try statement, we make a delete request to delete a specific reservation based on the ID from the database. So we'll do await axios.delete, open our brackets. We're going to do backtick $sign backend URL / API. After the curly braces, you have the / reservations / delete. That's our endpoint API. That's our endpoint for our API. Then we'll pass the ID of what we want to delete. Then, once it has been deleted successfully, we generate the toast message, toast.success. We'll display a message, reservation, or we should just display reservation successful, or better still, reservation removed. Okay, if there's any error with our try block, our catch block is going to handle it. So I'm just going to come here and copy, and I'm going to paste it here. Instead of error fetching reservation, this will be error deleting reservation, and we'll head over to our button to make use of the function. So right here, we use an unclick method to call the undo delete function, and we'll pass reservation dot underscore hide. So I've deleted most of the reservations and we have just 2 left. So now that we're done with the admin, we're going to close it, and now we'll head back to our front end to ensure that we need to generate, not generate, I meant we need to be able to, we need to connect our front end with our back end. So we're going to do that here. So I'm going to open the front end terminal again, open an integrated terminal, and I'm going to install Axios and Toast notification. So here we're going to have npm install Axios. Okay, so while that is going on, we're going to open our menu.context, also our app.gsx. Here we need to define our backend URL. I think I'm just going to copy it from the app.gsx. Okay, so we're going to copy this and I'll paste it here. So I'm going to close the admin. Now that we've defined our backend URL, okay, so Axios has been installed. We can now do every other thing. Also, we need to install React Toastify for Toast notification. So let's quickly visit the website, React Toastify. So I'm just going to copy the installation code and I'm going to paste it in the terminal. So while it is installing, we're going to do, we've defined our backend URL here. The next thing is to do the 2 important things that we need. The first thing is to get our product, is to create a function to get our product from our database, and also to create a function to send our reservation and save it in the database. So we'll start with the getting product. So now let me open this npm run dev. Okay, so that we can see all of what we're doing in action. We'll open our menu contexts. Okay, we're going to create the function here, const. I'll name the function get product data or get menu data, whichever way, and it's going to be an asynchronous array function with no parameter. We'll use a try catch block. In the try statement, we're going to make a get request to get the list of the product that we have stored in our database. So we're going to have const response will be equal to await Axios.get method, then our backtick $, followed by our backend URL that we're going to get from our app /API/products/lists, which is our API endpoints. Then we use an if statement, if else statement, to check. The if condition is if response.data.success. Then we want to set our product, set products to response.data.products. If otherwise, display a toast notification, toast.error, or common toast.error, response.data.message. So response.data.message. Okay, we need to ensure that Axios has been imported. Let's see, it has not. So we're going to import Axios from Axios package, and also our toast notification. So we're going to use, we'll have toast container here. I'll close this. Then we're going to import React Toastify. Import curly braces, toast, toast container from React Toastify that we have installed. Now we're going to import our Toastify here, import toast, because we're using it to generate a response from React Toastify. Okay, so let's see what we've got. Okay, the get product data has not been called. Okay, so right here we would use effect to call the function get product data. And here we're going to pass an empty array as a dependency array. Let's see, do submission, and it will be triggered when the form is submitted. So I'm going to name the function undo submit. It's going to be an asynchronous function, async arrow function. We'll pass events, and we need to prevent the page from refreshing on submit. So that's prevent default. Then we use our try catch statement to do the rest. First, we need to send a post request to the backend with our form data. So await Axios from Axios package dot post. We get our backend URL. Concatenate it with our API endpoint to send /API/reservations /creates. This is to create reservation. Then we'll send our form data as well. Then we'll show a toast notification if this is successful. Before we now reset, toast the success, reservation successful. Then we're going to reset the form field after successful submission. So we're going to set form data. The name, we'll reset it to empty. The email, we'll do the same, empty. The phone number, reset to empty. The dates, we'll reset to empty. The time, we're going to reset to empty. And the guests, we're going to do the same, reset to empty. If there's any error with our try block, our catch block would log the error in console error. Okay.